Good evening, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. I'm your host, Abe CS. For those that tune in on Restream, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and for those who follow my show with TikToks under Abe CS895, how's everybody doing tonight? Tonight is Spiritual Encrypted Open Mic Night, where the viewers, after I drop a link, you click on the link and you're able to jump on the live and share any experience, any encounters, whatever you want to share dealing with spiritual, paranormal, cryptid, or anything in that nature. Let me share out this link real quick, brothers and sisters. I hope everybody is having a wonderful evening tonight. As for me, I'm just starting a little a little bit early. Allergies are trying to get the best of me, uh, so I'm hanging in there. So here we go. Let me share out this live. Here we are. We're all shared out here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Good evening. I'm your host, Abe CS. Here I got this pretty cool shirt I got on here. I know it's not Werewolf Wednesday, but I wanted to share this shirt that I got on here. On for the viewers. Yeah. Uh, but here we are. Here we find ourselves again on another edition of Spiritual Encrypted Open Mic Night, where the viewers get to jump on, share an experience, trying to keep it dealing with the aspect of spiritual, paranormal, cryptid, alien, things of that nature. That's why I'm trying to keep it tonight's show. You know, so this is whoever wants to jump on. Jump on and share a story. Share your experience, something you might be going through. Stories that you might have heard from somebody, your next door neighbor. I used to hear all kinds of stories from the neighbors, and I mean, I can probably share a couple of stories myself, of something that happened a long time ago in this small town down in the Rio Grande Valley, that it was an experience that I'll never forget, that is still, I guess you could say, dwells within me of what happened that day, back when I was like around 16 years old. How you doing, Sister Madeline Shap? How you doing tonight? I hope you're doing great. So who we got here? We got BS Ghost. We got Beyond the Box. How you doing, Sister Madeline? Brother Andres Carizales. So yeah, I'm gonna drop a link right now. Well, I'm just gonna drop it off. Well, maybe wait a little bit before I drop it off, but I can start this with a story. Let me see something here. Lee was trying to download this old video footage of what when I went to go out there and test the weapon theory. I'm just trying to look if it downloaded it, because if it did download it, that's going to be a project I will be doing tomorrow, is debunking the video further. Because when I played it here, like I think like 2 weeks ago, there was a lot of activity on that video, or a week ago. So I'm just looking to see if it downloaded completely or not. I would have to, let me see. No, it's not on this phone. So how's everybody doing tonight? I hope everybody is Milliam County. Okay, let me drop this link so we can get the show started. Let me drop the link here. It's open mic night. If you got some stories from Milam County, you're more than welcome and come and share some stories. Ghost. There you go. So I'll drop the link there to see who wants to jump on. I'm looking for something real quick before I continue. I can share some stories or something that happened. A true story that happened to me when I was around 16 years old. We got Juan Avila in the house. How you doing, Juan Avila? Oh yeah, I got it downloaded. Remember the footage where I'm doing the investigation and run into where I have the piece of selenite sword and I run into the truck out in the woods. Well, I downloaded the video because I want to debunk it at a lower speed to see if I catch anything out of the ordinary because you know that this DDN or unclean spirits, they move pretty fast. When people say, I think I've seen something through my parallel vision, something move. Well, it's most likely because you probably did see something move. They do move very fast. They tried from your senses. And I believe I have something there, maybe possible many different DDNs that I might have been on the trail I was walking because I was viewing the video here with y'all like about a week ago, possibly 2 weeks ago. I was seeing all kinds of movement when we were hearing the disembodied voices. So I want to see by lowering the speed to the lowest that I can to see if I catch anything out of the ordinary. So that's going to be my project tomorrow. So if I do catch some footage there, then we'll use that for tomorrow night for Werewolf Wednesday, or you know, tonight is open mic night. It's stories of whoever wants to share a story. So I'm going to drop a link right now. I know I got a little jump start today. The reason I got a jump start because I guess allergies has been trying to get the best of me right now of my medicines for allergies. So I have to wait to the 20th to see my doctor, which is right around the corner. But the allergies are getting the best of me. So I start a little bit early just in case they, start losing my voice or something. No, sharing is caring, brother Ghost. That's all I can tell you. Sharing is caring. Here you go. I'm dropping the link right there for whoever's not camera shy. I mean, you don't have to show your face on the camera. You can speak. You could just talk audio if you like. That's what some people do. They jump on here, they click on the link, and they keep their camera off, and you just do the audio. So it's got your name and everything. You post your name, and You share whatever you want to share, whatever story you want to share. You're more than welcome to share. So I think I shared this morning, but I'm going to share it again this afternoon. Something that happened to me this morning uh, when I was driving my son's vehicle. Uh, yes, a lot of allergies. So I had dropped off my son at work, and I was driving back to Temple. Uh, as I'm driving back to Temple, I go into this location where I guess people have been dying there in this location. Accidents been happening. So as I'm going 70 miles an hour on the highway, as I'm going 70, my the speedometer says 11, and it caused confusion because it went from 70, then it said 11, and when I seen that, the first thing I did, brother and sisters, is said, I tie by and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, because that's telling me that I'm losing velocity if I'm going from 70 to 11. So I start praying, right? I start rebuking in Jesus Christ's name. But then all of a sudden, my speedometer is back to 70, in which I never lost momentum because the vehicle was still going at 70. You know, it's the first time me driving my son's car, and I'm like, I mean, there is things that can happen with the speedometer uh, that can cause a fault like that. But at the same time, in this area that I was traveling, there have been a lot of accidents. My brother in arms that passed away about 2 years ago, his uh, grandson passed away. Guess like about a week ago, he passed away in the same area where they said that he was driving and that his vehicle lost all power. Like it stopped, he lost power. Then a semi came and hit him in the back, and he ran into a pillar. So when that happened, that I seen it go from 70 to 11, I tied by and rebuked it in Jesus Christ's name because it felt to me that something wasn't right. And as soon as I said I tied by and rebuked in Jesus Christ's name, I started placing crosses on the windshields and on the vehicle. It's like the speed was still there. So it's one of those things that'll get you to do a reaction, right? Thinking that you went from 70 to 11, that you're going to have to move out of the way, or else they're going to hit you in the back, right? That you're going to react a different way. Luckily, I didn't react that way. I said I typed binary rebuke in Jesus Christ, and when I sent that, everything went back to normal. I just wanted to share that experience of what happened to me this morning. I know the location, so I might have to go to the location to see what's there. Because something is causing, I guess you could say, malfunctions in the vehicles, or things to happen in the way that's straining the energy or trying to control the vehicles, to cause chaos and havoc. So I was sensing spiritually when I was time bound and rebuking in Jesus Christ's name. So hopefully by me time bound and rebuking in the name of Jesus Christ, if there is something there, that hopefully, and also call upon the heavenly angels and the Holy Spirit to do a clean sweep of that area, that hopefully things will stop from happening there. But that happened this morning, like around 8:15 in the morning when I was coming back towards Temple. Oh yeah, there's a link. Whoever wants to jump on, there is a lot of native. What should I say? Most of Bell County and I guess you could say Central Texas itself used to be a lot of native land. So what is there in native land? There's native Indian burial grounds and other things, because some of the natives they practiced other things. So it's possible there could be open portals from what people were practicing back in the day that still exist to today in the woods, in the creeks, in certain areas, possibly that where they built the highway. Uh, Maybe there might be a how should I say, uh, like a native Indian burial site nearby, or maybe where the highway is built. There's a lot of possibilities in that way, in which I know towards Killeen, there's a lot of native Indian burial grounds. On Fort Hood itself, a lot of native Indian burial grounds. There's a mountain range out there that the soldiers are not allowed to go on. It is protected by the MPs 24/7. We're not allowed to go there because it's native Indian burial ground. The whole mountain range is native Indian burial ground. So we're not allowed to go up there. So let me read some of these comments here. Oh yeah, uh, I have native blood in me. Just don't know what kind of native blood is. If you were to look at my grandmother, my grandfather, he looked native, man. I just don't know what kind of native. I never asked when I was a kid. They cured with herbs and everything. Like medicine women or medicine women. A lineage of medicine women in my bloodline, in my family. It's just like there was this we call them curanderas in Spanish. There's also other people that do other things. Besides doing the good works, there was other people that I know of that were involved in something else. When it comes down to witchcraft and necromancy, yeah, there was people involved in that. And that's, I think, and just about in every culture, you got the people that truly trying to do the good works as part of the balance. That believe in Jesus Christ, that pray to the Heavenly Father, and then you got others that they're out to do bad. That's their mission. They've already made, I guess, deals of some kind of sort, or they think they made a deal with something, and their mission is to cause chaos and havoc, to wish bad upon people, and which I know is not Lechuza Bruja Friday, but I ran into these people ever since I was like 3 years old, or even as younger. I've ran into this, like I said, because of those before me. Like the medicine woman. When I was 3 years old, the time I spent with her in Mexico, because she healed my brother, and she said we had no money to pay her. She said he has to stay with me for a certain time. Once that time is up, then the debt is paid, and you can get your son. And that was the deal, right? So I got to spend the time with a medicine woman at the age of I was 3 years old, and she was up there in age, like in her 80s, 90s. She was an old medicine woman. I guess she lived in the times of. I know she was older than my grandmother and grandfather. She was very old. She was missing an eye. She wore a patch in her eye, and she wore white. She wore bullets like in the times of Pancho Villa. That's how old she was. Uh, but yeah, I go open up to the spiritual aspect of things when she healed my brother. Then when I stayed with her, that's the work she would do. She was a healer. So she healed a lot of people that had ailments, that were sick. Uh, they were sick, and then she healed a lot of people that had negative attachments on them, unclean spirits, dealing with witchcraft, where people were putting hexes on them. So I witnessed all this at a very young age, in which it opened me up that after I came back from being with her, that it was never the same for me after that. I was like a whole different person because I seen the things of the other side of the spiritual realm by being, I guess, her being there helping her or being with her, that have the ability. I believe I already had abilities, but to see things spiritually and all that is because of the work she would do. She healed many people. I got a picture of Nolanville, BS Ghost. You want to check it out? I have a, you know, the Nolanville Road. There's a, when you get to Nolanville or you're going into Harker Heights, there's a little road to the right. I think there used to be a Mayflower there, or the Mayflower's there. There's a little road that goes up. It's a little pavement road. There's an old cemetery there. Well, in that old cemetery, there's spirits of two little girls that haunt, because my friend used to live down that road up the street from the cemetery, and the spirits of the two little girls would be out there in the swing set. My son, he was playing with my friend, and he said he's seen the spirit of the two little girls playing right there with them on the swing sets. And then they left and they went to the cemetery. So yeah, there's activity there. I have a some footage or a picture, but I will have to look for it. Uh, this giant, you know, what people want to call a dog man, lycanthrope, werewolf, shapeshifter, skinwalker. I believe I captured an image of one in the beastly manifestation, and I caught it because I wanted to go look at the area where my friend would always say she always felt that somebody was looking at her. So I followed the satellite and went back a couple of years to see the images from the satellite from that area, and I captured something there, in one of the images, and it's pretty tall, very tall. Uh, yeah, you want to see it? All right, I'll share it with you. Let me get the image, and I'll share it with y'all. But tonight is open mic night, brother and sisters. 3 months ago, a funeral. Yes, so you know exactly what their location is. So let me find that footage for y'all, for you, brother, of that area. I think it's. I might have it over here on my. Let me get it for you. Let me look for it. I'm searching for it right now because I know I posted it. I shared it like a week ago. I think I found it. I found it. Let me see. Oh, I thought I found it. Let me go back up. I'm still looking for it, yo. Let me see if I can find it here. Right now, I cannot see any messages because I'm looking through at Messenger right now. But if somebody does click on the link, wait for me one bit. Let me find this footage. If I can find it, let me find this footage so I can share it here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. If I can find it. It's like every time I try to share something, it boots everything out of here that I can't even share what I want to share. Let's see if I can find it. Still looking for it. Okay. I'm just gonna have to search for it a different way. Okay, let me just get out of here for right now. Go back to y'all and I'll search for it again in a moment. Let me see if I can find it through my phone and we'll share it. Let me find it. I'm gonna drop a link to see who wants to jump on. And I share that he'll probably recognize the road if he's been down that road. He'll recognize the road. Let me find it. I was already going to click on it, brothers and sisters. I have found it and it booted me out of the photos. Let me get back in there again. Let me search for it. Who do we got here? We got cousin Jesse. How you doing, cousin Jesse? Let me, I know I'm right here. Let me. I'm right here on nearby it. Let me find it real quick. I couldn't believe that. I was right on it, and it booted me out. Like it don't want to be seen. But I'll find it again. There, is this it? Let me see. I found it. Here we go. I found it. I'm gonna send them over to the messenger, and we'll share the photos. Let me go up to the messenger now. Here we go. Let me share this. Do we still got Ghost in here? If you're here, Ghost, you recognize this road because further down this road is a cemetery to the right side. There's a road that goes to the cemetery that leads to the highway. I have friends that lived there for many years, and they were having all kinds of activity happening at nighttime. But that's the road, and to the right side of the road, there's something there on the tree line, and I'll show it to you in a moment. So we got here, we got Sister Ivy. So here we go. Check it out, Ghost. Well, that's the road, right? The the cemetery is like up here somewhere to the right side of the road. But there's something standing right here. Right here. There's something in this path. Right here by the wool line. My friend used to live right across this road. And she would always tell me that there was something there uh, across the street. That sometimes they would hear growlings, or sometimes their hairs would stand up because you could feel the presence of something there, like watching them. So let's take a close look of what's here. I'm just showing the road and how tall this thing is here. Pretty freaking tall. There's your original picture, and there's an image from a satellite. You see up here says this is from 2019 Google. So here you go. When we do a close up of it, you can just see it right there. Standing right there. It's pretty tall. You know, when you get closer and closer, it takes away from the its true height. But it's black. It's pitch black, and it's got the ears, it's got the face, but it's standing right there at the edge of the wool line during the day. During the day, this is called by a satellite because I don't know. I was here one day, and I remember my friends. My friend, she got remarried and stuff, and I remember when she would tell me, "There's something there, Abe. I can feel it. That there's something there." And I said, "Okay." No, I got married myself, and I said, I'm gonna go look at the satellites, see if I catch anything there. And this is during the day. When I looked at the satellite, this image is from 2019 from Google Maps. You know, when you look at the pictures that they have, and I followed the road, and that's what I caught. That image right there. Yeah, dog man. You want to call that a dog man? Dark figure, dark shadow figure. You want to call it a bulto negro, a dark shadow figure. You want to call it a dog man, whatever you want to call it, whatever that is, it's got ears. It's pretty tall. What's crazy about this, brothers and sisters? I know if BS Ghost knows. If you go further right, there's a back road. Uh, where they live, there's a back road, dirt road that goes into Fort Hood. It opens up, it goes in the back way into Fort Hood itself. And I don't think that area is guarded. Not that I remember of that is guarded by any soldiers because it's a back road that goes in there, where there's like a little pond out there. Well, that's a back way to go into Blower Lake, and that road goes in there. So was not to say that something might have come out of that area also because there's a lot of water source. I think behind there there's a little pond where there's cattle and everything. So I'm just sharing the photo of it, and I'm going to show the original photo because there it is. It's looking. There's the face. It looks like it might have a little bit of brown right in the center there, but it's black. But here's the original photo, so you can see how tall it is. That's freaking tall. That's a good, man. I don't even know. I would have to go in there to measure this height with the measuring tape because these poles are pretty tall, like 7 foot, 9 foot poles, and this is way taller than that. I would say a good, I don't know, either 18, 20, or higher. But I would have to go to the location to measure this height with the measuring tape. Maybe one day I'll go there and measure it. Okay, let me catch up to the comments, brothers and sisters. I'm way behind on the comments. Here we go. Today is open mic night. Oh, it's way higher than 10 foot tall, Sister Edna Wilson. Because those signs that are there, they're a good height. So yeah, it's pretty tall. So that's a photo I wanted to share to Ghost, since he said he's for the next county over. Of this road that goes to that old cemetery that leads to the highway. Of this being that's there. There's another thing that happened before that being. The reason I want to look for the wouldn't look there because I witnessed something with my own eyes. Uh, where she had this green Monte Carlo that I was working on. I was changing out the spark plugs on it. I was working on the green Monte Carlo that she had, and she said if I wanted something to drink, it was a hot day, and I said sure. So they went to the store to get some waters or Gatorades or something. So I kept on working on the spark plugs. So as I'm working on the spark plugs, I got up, to because it was hot. I got up because the engine was hot. So I got up from underneath the engine, from on top of the engine. I got up, and when I looked, I seen something looking at me right there where this thing is standing, right? So I'm looking at it, and it's looking at me. What's weird about it, that it did not look like this dog man. What I was witnessing had four horns, two here and two in the center. It looked like a crown of horns. It had four horns. Next thing you know, and it was behind I could see the head sticking up from here, and it was very tall. It was behind this trees. The head was sticking out, looking at me, right from back here. It's just looking at me, and I'm looking at it. I just seen big wings open up. When we talk about something ancient, something of old, I seen these giant wings open up, and when he started going up in the air, that was what was crazy, brothers and sisters. That he wasn't flapping his wing; it was like using some kind of energy. He had his wings open, and it was going straight up in the air. Even the body looked ancient, looked old, like from a different time, but it was massive. And I'm like, what am I looking at it at? I know it was not a dragon because he was standing on twos. Uh, and then I just seen it going up in the sky, started going moving fast. By the time I took out my camera to take a picture of it, it was already very high in the sky, and then he just disappeared. But he had four horns sticking out of his forehead. Look ancient, look old. I believe maybe a possible demon that was there. Uh, what's there in that area? Like I said, there's a lot of native Indian burial ground. We don't know what's there's so much land in Central Texas. We don't know what's there. We don't know what happened in the past, right? But that's what I witnessed. He had four horns, like a crown of horns on his head. I am thinking of going back to that area to do a deeper investigation, because there is activity there towards the back also of their house, towards the pasture, towards the wool line. They said that they've seen things out there, like if somebody was doing something out there, like rituals or something. I don't know. They will find things like that out there. But this is in front of their home, where there's what people want to call a dog man. I just wanted to share the picture with y'all. Yeah, that's huge, and I'll show the close up again one more time. I think the best I can share this close up. Well, y'all tell me which one looks better out of this close ups here. One, let me see. One, two, three, four, or five. One, two, three, or five. Which one looks better to y'all, brothers and sisters? One, let me see. This is one, two, three, four, or five. Y'all take a vote. And which one stands out the most to y'all? How you doing, brother Law Morgan? We got Primo Jesse. We got Sister Anna Wilson. No, she moved, Sister Anna. She don't live there. She doesn't reside there no more. Everybody's staying number five. So I'll just leave it at number five. Just know that that's a close up of it. Uh, and you seen how tall it truly is. I wanted to share this picture with Ghost. Said he's from Milam County. So I used to see things like this on Fort Hood. These things here, like this one, I used to see them on Fort Hood all the time out there where we were training in the ranges. There's a lot of ranges of Fort Hood where we used to go training, and I was to see movement like this, or even through the weird thing about it is they never had any kind of body heat. It was more of just a shadow, but you can see the movement. There'll be like six, sometimes eight, three, four varies, where they'll be moving in a group. But they were always on twos, So you're just seeing this dark shadow figures moving through your thermals, and you're changing filters just to see if you can catch any kind of heat off of them, and they have no heat. They don't show no heat, which led me to believe that what the war was spirits, right? Some kind of spirit that has no temperature. Spirits have no temperature. That I was able to see them, because I do have the ability to see spiritually. It just they have no body heat, which means that it's not something that's alive. It's something that's in spirit. Okay, I can see. See, the five is too bright. I was just trying to get a good look at it, but yeah, we got this other one too. It's pretty good. It's just the this one makes it stand out. You can even see the ears and everything on it. So let me see here. Hey, if anybody's got something to share, here's the link. Want to share a story? You don't have to show yourself on the camera. You could share a story. Sharing is caring. I'm just I gave you the source of where I got this picture, and you see it here on the picture. Up here it says 2019 Google. That's where I got this photo from the Google Maps. There's the road, and it says 2019 Google. I went to where she would say that she would see something or send something, and there it is, right there. So let me stop sharing that photo for right now. See, I get a little bit more better lighting in here. There we go. So who we got here? Compo of the Saints. Uh, the crawlers that people are seeing. How you doing, Paula King? How you doing tonight? I've seen something like that in that nature, and you see, there's some people that said that they've seen some crawlers that are pale, that have no hair, that they're all just real skinny. But I've seen other things that crawl on the ground, kind of like the dog man. You know what people call a dog man? He has the capability to crawl very low on the ground because it's nothing but muscle. So it's able to extend without touching the ground. It could be like this far off the ground and it can still move because it's that strong, right? They can do a medium crawl, a high crawl, but it can go very low to the ground that it could be right there beside you and you don't even know it, especially if there's high grass that it could be blending in there. Uh, I've seen things, something in that nature. I could share the story of what I witnessed there in Elms Grove, or something that was crawling that low, uh, in the path of Elms Grove. So what I'm gonna do is get an image of the path of Elms Grove of something I have here on my phone and place it so y'all can so y'all can see what I'm talking about the path of Elms Grove, if I can find it. I know I put one here the other day. Okay, here it is. This is in Elm Grove Estates in in Killeen, Texas, by where the old airport is. Where the old air, you got Roy Reynolds in Harker Heights, and you go up the hill past the old airport, and there's where Elm Grove Estates is. There's a Domino's on the on the left side of the road, and it have a sign say Elm Grove Estates. This is in the park within Elms Grove Estates Park, and here's the path. Here's the path where I had my encounter. It's like it goes all the way, then it turns, it curves, and goes a long ways. But this tree wasn't falling. Something blocked this. I don't know what happened here. Did this tree fell, or if it? I don't know. All I know, there's a tree now that's over the path. I don't know if they trimmed it or somebody has it there. Like, hey, don't go through this area. I don't know, but I had my experience right here where that thing came out of the woods. Uh, right here where this tree is knocked down. I used to cut through there, through those woods. Okay, let me get back to y'all. I will cut through there. I was cutting through there one afternoon to go to the corner store. I was cutting through there, right at the entrance of the path. So as I'm cutting through there, I get around midway to the farthest that you can see there, like up in here, and I heard something behind me, right? So as I turn around to look, out of this side, I see something crawling, comes out of the woods, and it's turning its head left and right, and it covers the whole path. It's like literally covering the whole path, uh, and it's looking at me like I see white eyes where I guess it can't see during the day. Uh, the ears were had like they were vibrating, like it was sensing movement. It had black in his ears. It looked like a human like, but it was a human because it was huge. Uh, it was crawling very low to the ground. Like I was telling you, like maybe like an inch and a half off the ground. Very muscular, and he had black dots, like black dots all over his body. It was no cougar or wildcat or nothing like that. He said it looked human like. The face kind of looked human like, but it wasn't, because you could see the nostrils were different. The eyes were rolled back white. You know, when we talk about eyes rolled back white, you can think things of, for example, Wendigoism or somebody that might be possessed. But he had fur. He had fur. I could say fur or hair because you could still see the skin. But he had fur all over his body, his legs, and he kept on looking towards where I was at. I was standing still. I didn't move, and I was just looking at it. But I didn't move because I didn't want it. I see how the ears were vibrating. Turn around. He just kept on going like this, turn it around like it's sensing. Then when it turned around to look at me, it sent a signal, and the signal, it threw off my senses, and it almost made me pass out. Where the signal was sent made my world, or my equilibrium, flip upside down. It felt like everything spun around. So when I came to, luckily it was looking the other way. When I came to, I caught myself from hitting the ground. I was fixing to hit the ground. So I was like in a squat position. Then he turned around, looked again, and I'm not moving. And it looked straight and crossed across the path and went into the woods. It was huge. So when he went into the woods, I stood up because I was out of his, I guess, radar, and I didn't move. No, I didn't move or anything because I felt that if I moved and he would have heard a footstep, it would have taken off that way. So I waited a little bit before I moved. I waited like a good 5 minutes before I even attempted to make a move. Uh, I was able to go to the store, get what I had to get, but I did not come back down that path. I went all the way around, but that's what I witnessed. So when I went back to look, there's a pillar. I think I was showing it yesterday, which I can find it for you, where I think it went, where it went. I think it went underground. And I'm gonna find the pillar for you because I was sharing it yesterday. So let me see if I can find the pillar here. Here it is. I believe this plate here is a metal plate, very heavy. It is a pretty big cement thing, and this was moved all the way to the side. And there's stairs or a ladder that goes down in a hole. And I believe that's where it went to. It's in here. These things are built all along the creek, and I believe there are ladders that go down. I don't know what's down there, but I assume there's something there, like a layer of some sort, where whatever that was went in through here. I never got the courage to go down in there to investigate. I never went down there, but that's what I'm thinking it went to, was in here. Because this was moved, and this is a heavy steel. This was moved to the side, and I believe it went down in here. One time, one day, right there by this pillar or this cement thing where it's like a sewer thing, I found a brand new shoe of a little girl right there by that thing. And I'm like, what is one shoe doing here? Where's the other shoe? Where did it come from? Where did the shoe come from? But yeah, I found it right there by that thing right there, right beside it. A brand new, like a little black, those little dress shoes. Uh, I found it right beside it. So, are they underground? Is the question. If there is a cryptid, is it underground? What's underground? Is there a cave? Where uh where is it coming from? How many is there? Is there more than one? Is it a community of them? These things are all along the creek. How big is whatever is down there? I think that's the entry point to find out what's down there. And if there's a hole, you have to low crawl it? Is it big enough to you can walk in it? Now, most of Texas sewers, you can literally jump in the manhole and walk underneath there. That's how big they are. So I believe because there was this man that lived at the edge of Elms Grove, and he told me, so I think they live underground. And I was like, "What are you talking about, man? I had barely moved into the park. Those werewolves. I hear them at nighttime. I hear them like they're moving something down there, and I hear them growling, fighting each other." I said, "What do you mean when you hear them?" "Yeah, I hear them underneath the street because the manholes are at the corners, and you could go underneath the street." And he said that they're underneath the street. That these things are underneath the street. What is it? Was it a chupacabra that I might have encountered that day? You know, to say how a chupacabra might look, maybe they only can come out at their night hunters and come out hunting at the night. That's what couldn't see me, but at night they will be able to see and sense. Uh, I would always hear something running towards me, and I would always stop and stop moving, but then the running would stop in the same area. So I figured out what it was, but I never got the courage to go underneath there. I mean, if I would go in the hole, I probably will go. I'm gonna lie, lock and loaded, man, because you know what you're gonna run into when you go into something unfamiliar territory. It could be anything down there. Uh, I just never got the courage to go and see what was there. At least up on land, I have the opportunity to either try to fight or yell so somebody could hear me or something, right? But when you go into something like that, you put yourself in a situation where you might just disappear from the face of the earth. Then nobody's seen you go into the hole, and if there's something in the hole, then you're a goner. Okay, let's see the comments here. Uh, well, Fort Hood is a distance away from there, but maybe those tunnels can possibly connect to something else. They say that the natives that used to live in Central Texas, the Tankawa, they did live in caves. Some of them live underground. There were woodlanders, and there were hunters, like that would just eat meat. That was into crops. It was more into meat. Which AKA you get the legends of shapeshifter skinwalkers and Wendigo, because the meat that they would eat, they were cannibalistic. So they human meat also, which I believe that's where they're shapeshifter skinwalkers. And if they do exist, you know, that's why they look naked, because they were called dirty Indians. They didn't like wearing any clothes. So it's possible there could still be some alive, living underground, come out at night, feed off Mother Nature, deers and whatever's out there. Let me read this comments here. Abe, are those for utilities under there? Okay, let me see about this Delilah person. I don't see him here on Restream. So they're probably on. Let me go up here and check it out. If I see them, I'll take care of it. I guess somebody must have already. I'm not seeing nobody here on. Nala's cousin Jesse took care of it. No, I don't see it. I don't. Let me see. I'm looking. No, I don't see nobody. I don't see nobody here. Yeah, I'm not seeing no Delilah here. Sister Bunny here. You got the power. You want to boot him out? Boot him out, Bounty Honey Bear. I think because I'm not seeing any Delilah here at all. Yeah, I'm not seeing no Delilah here in the comments. Yeah, I'm looking. Ah, there he is. I got you. I got you, Delilah. Here you go, Delilah. Bye bye. Thank you, Sister Bonnie Bear. I took care of it. I took care of it. Yeah, I don't know who the Delilah is, but I guess the Delilah person doesn't like Wolf or me. Hey, you don't have to be here, Delilah. I mean, apparently you got to be a guy pretending to be a female. First of all, you don't have to be here. That's why you're not here no more. I booted you off. Uh, Good luck in your future endeavors. Go bitch somewhere else. We don't want to hear. We don't want to call the ambulance for you. The wambulance here in Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Go cry somewhere else. Cry me a river. Yeah, I'll drop. I guess my thing was set up to only look at certain comments. So let me see what I can do here. Law Morgan. Let me see who deputize, so you can be the law here in spiritual and cryptid encounters. Uh, Bounty Honey Bear, you've been deputized. Since Brother Law Morgan's got the name for the law, Brother Law Morgan, you have been deputized here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. So if y'all see somebody coming in here being disrespectful, you have the power to boot them out. There we go. Let's continue on with the show. Okay, let me catch up with the comments. Yeah, I'm not gonna say who that is. You don't think I more or less know who they are, but I'm not gonna worry about them. But I will boot them out, like I said here before. If somebody comes in here acting a fool, they're gonna get booted out because we don't need that here in spiritual encrypted encounters. So there you go, Honey Bear and Law Morgan. If we see say anything out of the ordinary, boot them out. Oh yeah, brother Todd. We'll find. I found a den out there in the middle of the woods in a different section of Elms Grove, but in the outskirts out of Elms Grove. When me and my son used to go nature trail walking, let me take that off for right now. Me and my son used to go nature trail walking, and there was this big land we used to go to, and there was like a pond out there. We had walked to the pond, but there was nothing in the pond. The water was empty. So I said, hey, let's go check it up over here, son. So he was walking behind me, and when I'm looking, I just see like a radius of, it looks like a circle, but all I'm seeing in the circle is carcasses, the hide of dead animals. I told my son to stop. I said, stay there. Don't come into the circle. And my son is freaking out because we could see this Saint Bernard with his spine ripped out of his back. Looked like a fresh kill. His spine is literally ripped out of his back. And I'm seeing all kinds of dead animals there, other dogs, cats, foxes, raccoons, possums. I mean, it's a circle of nothing but dead animals. And there's this nasty smell in that area. So I'll tell my son, don't fear, start walking. Let me get out of here and I'll start walking, following you. So I did the sign of the cross. Just keep on walking. If you hear something or see something, don't worry about it. Ignore it with no fear. So he started walking and I started walking and I was praying and we got out of there. Uh, I believe if there was a predator to kill all those animals, it had to be somewhere nearby there. In the park, I would find those posters like at this time of the year or like around November, December, and this time of the year, January, October timeframe, people will put out posters of their missing animals. People were missing dogs, cats, and then like every pole there in Killeen, nearby where I lived, there was poles with missing dogs and missing cats where they were missing, and people put signs there that if there was a reward if they were to be found. Well, I will find some of those tails of these animals, and that's the only thing I could find was the tails of the dogs and the cats. Imagine walking in the park and you run into a tail of a big dog, and the only thing that's left is the tail. So I'll find big tails of big dogs and little tails of dogs and tails of cats in the park. It's just a tail, no body or nothing. So whatever it was, what was it doing? What was it leaving the tails for? Was it picking them up from the tail, eating them? I don't know. All I know is what I would do because kids were that's rebel. Uh, Kids would play in the park, and I didn't want to see the kids. And it was to get scared by finding the tails of the animals there, so I would get rid of the tails. But I'm thinking it was left there for a marker because whatever was eating those animals was leaving it as a marker, as a warning that that's where it's hunting. That's its territory. So every time I would the kids go to that side of the park, I would tell them, I don't think you want to be here. You got to go play on the other side of the park. Now, I wouldn't tell them why, but I would tell them to go play on the other side because of the tails that I will find there. Sometimes I will find other things. For example, shredded bamboo. Bamboo, because there's a creek and there's bamboo in there. So shredded bamboo that's shredded into little pieces, long pieces, like something that is scratching the hell out of it. A lot of shredding or sharpening its if its claws. I will find shredded bamboo all over around the park where the picnic tables were, all over the ground. Sometimes I will find it in the wood shredded that way. So something was shredding the bamboo, like leaving it as a marker, like do not come in here. This is my territory. But I'm thinking that whatever's there, sometimes they will place logs. You know how the tree is bent over the path that I showed earlier? Sometimes there will be logs that will place in the path so you wouldn't go, like letting you know, don't come in here. This is my territory. Uh, yeah, just when you see those things, right? You know, me being paramilitary, I already know, hey, something is telling me, don't go in here. This is my territory. But I mean, they're telling me this, but that's where I live. There's where I'm growing my family, and there's where other families are. So are they in danger from what's there? Yeah. That's why I started camping out at nighttime by the woods in the park just to see if I see anything out of the ordinary, in which I did. A lot of shapeshifter skinwalker activity in there. I'm telling you. I'm going to drop a link again to see who wants to jump on here. Let's try this one more time. Yeah, I can keep on going, brother and sisters. I can share stories, and I don't know what happened to Delilah, aka Corn on the Cob, throwing a fit. Look, man, it's not my fault you play Ring Around the Car. It's not my fault that you don't step away from your vehicle and go search in the woods because you're afraid. It's not my fault you're a scaredy cat. You're not boots on the ground. I'm truly real boots on the ground since I served the United States Army for 10 years, proudly. So yes, go throw your fit somewhere else with your fake profiles. We don't need that here in Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. And you're not gonna talk about Brother Josh Turner in a negative way or Sister Nellie Turner. You can go F yourself for all I care. Wherever that Delilah account was, yeah, go F yourself. You and whatever horse you rode on here tonight, go F yourself. If I would have seen those comments sooner, I would have booted you sooner. But thank you to Sister Cynthia that I was able to see, but her telling me to click all comments that I was able to see what you're writing. I took a screenshot of all that and I booted you out of here. Well, when there was the shredding of the bamboo and there was trees that was missing bark, you know, trees missing bark. They said the bears, right? Bears can do things like that, but there's no bears in Central Texas, not that I know of. I haven't seen a bear, but some of the images that I capture, they look like bear, but at the same time they look like dogmen. But you got to remember that the shifter skinwalkers that they can manifest into anything. So let's look at the comments here. For those who have the power to boot out this trolls, you already know what to do. I think I know who this third eye is. He's the same Delilah, corn on the cob. Here, corn on the cob. You got something to bitch about? Jump on here. Jump on here with your fake profile. But better yet, let me take care of this troll here. I dropped the link. I drop a link here. Let me catch up to the comments here. Let me look at the comments here. Yeah, I remember this fool here. Boom. I took care of it, Sister Cynthia. Let me look if the fool is on. I remember him from yesterday. He came in trolling also. I already know who it is. Corn the cob. And I'm fixing to get rid of him. I'm fixing to get rid of him on. Let me see. I got rid of them. They just don't know when to quit. They've lost a long time ago. Lost a long time ago. Yeah, 3D just got booted out. Yeah, I remember him from yesterday was trolling me at the end of the show, so I booted him out. It's corner in the cob. He got nothing else better to do but go walk around his truck saying he's boots on the ground. Yeah, I booted him up beyond the box. Okay, let me drop this link here. There you go. Who wants to jump on? Long Morgan wants to jump on? I'll give you all a wrench to boot him out. So I hear all the people, right, from the cryptid community. Everybody heard the story and they fixated on the part where I said that I believe they're demonic beings, right? Because of what I was going through. It felt like to me that it was more of a demonic attack because when I went into prayer, the six entities are around me in the woods at 3 in the morning. I acknowledged the prayer, the deliverance prayer of the Our Father. As I was saying the Our Father, to acknowledge it, as I was saying the Our Father and walking through them in the path, they all kept on saying the Holy One, the Holy One. So that they acknowledged the prayer, which led me to believe that they were demonic. Because something that is a animal or a beast is not going to speak to you, not unless it's a shapeshifter skinwalker, because they do have those abilities to speak, not just in your language, in many languages. They have the ability to mimic. So I try to get some of the cryptozoologists and cryptid hunters or whatever you want to call them. I invited them to come to Elms Grove a long time ago, because they said they could do this, they could do that. So well, let me see what they're about, their expertise. They said they're hunters, expert hunters, but not one took the challenge to come to Elms Grove to come and investigate. But I got all these pictures and all this footage, these videos. I got one where it's literally moving and it's opening and closing its mouth. In the you could say lycanthrope manifestation, werewolf, or should I say Chapter Skinwalker. I have a short reel of it I can share with y'all. I know it's not World Wednesday, but I can share it if y'all like. There he is again. Corner Cobb, we don't want you here, man. What I want you to do, Corner Cobb, is go to a merry-go-round, tie yourself to the merry-go-round, and run around the merry-go-round in a circle and do your investigation. Because we don't need you here. There you go. I sent him off again. I sent him off on his merry way from your stream, and I think Sister Cynthia hit him on YouTube. This corner cob, he got nothing else better to do. He can spin the. They can spin his fat R's on the strap him on the merry-go-round and spin him. Get his whole family to spin him around a couple of times, and he'll be recording with his flashlight Oh no, mommy, no, mommy, no. Stop spinning me. I feel dizzy, mommy. No, mommy, no, no, mommy, no. Oh man, what a loser. Oh, there's brother Law Morgan. There you go.
Oh,
How you doing, brother? How you doing today?
good. And how are you? Can
Alrighty,
you hear
brother.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is it all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm just chilling, man. What's going on?
What? How you doing, Law Morgan? I think I was hearing you, but now I
I'm
don't hear
good.
you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, I hope
It's
it's
like
all
it's
right.
breaking in and out a little
I
bit.
think it's like loading something. I don't know what the hell it's doing. Ugh, it just like blanked out for a second. I don't know what's going on.
We're just trying to have a good show here, and people always try to come mess it up. Like corner in the cob, we got nothing else better to do. He's a loser.
Yeah, people are ridiculous. I've been seeing them coming in for what? It's been what, 4 years now?
5 years.
Yeah, it's
5 years,
ridiculous.
but who's counting? I
But
mean, as many times as he come here, he should at least hit the like
just leave us,
button on his
just
way
leave us
out.
alone. For real. They just need to leave us alone. I don't know what their problem is, man. It's like it's obsessive. It's old. You know what I mean? Just leave us
Yeah, I'm
alone.
not even worried about him, man. When you get used, it's kind of like having a bad hair day. You know, I'm not even focused on that fool. I'm just gonna continue to do the show, man. That's why I got the moderators to boot him out when he comes with his fake profiles, and I boot him off from restream. That's simple. Somebody say
Okay.
that the echo is real bad. Let me drop another link for your brother, and maybe you can click on this new link. All right?
All right. I'll
Yeah,
exit
it's
out.
just echo's pretty bad. So let me drop another link for refresh the link. Hopefully, it was just a link issue, and maybe this will correct it. Okay, here we go. Shared the link, and I want to say thank you to those that are tuning in here tonight on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Yeah, you see, I'm sharing some good stuff, and people want to interrupt. I do got another picture of how these things, man. This when I talk about a tornado, a dark shadow can blend in during the day or at nighttime. That's their master. That's their specialty is they can blend in the dark. They can blend in the shadows. That's why I call them shadow figures because they can blend in to make it seem they're part of the environment. Here, I dropped the link there. And who's gonna be the brave one to come and share a story? Okay, let me see what else I got here that I can share with you. Uh, yeah, I don't know what happened with brother-in-law Morgan. He had a bad connection. So, but I can share some more stories, of that area. Okay, I'm gonna share another story with you. So, I had bought my son some baby chicks for Easter. That one was color blue and the other one was color purple. And he was enjoying them. We had them inside the house. So this little baby chicks, they grew. They grew a little bit longer. My son didn't want to get rid of them, and they were little roosters. They became pretty good size. That I had them trained. They'll be on my shoulders. The roosters, they were baby roosters, and I had them on my shoulders in the mobile home park, and I would feed them and everything. And I told my son, uh, we're going to have to get rid of the roosters because I don't want to get in trouble with the people here in the park, because we're not allowed to have this kind of animals here. So I had a cage for them, and I went to the woods. I found a tree. You know, I should have known better, but I left them on the cage on top of a tree, hanging, right, thinking that nothing's going to be able to get to them. That in the morning I'll come and feed them, give them water, whatever they need, and just go back and forth. But I forget, how there is critters. You got possums, you got raccoons, you got weasels, you got fox, you got coyotes that can get to an animal. Well, the following day, me and my son go check up on them, and we find the cage in the ground, and the cage is all messed up, like broken in pieces. There's hardly any feathers. So I'm looking, to look in to see where the roosters are, what happened, and my son is outside. I found a location. It was a big tree. There was nothing underneath the tree, so I figured it would be a good location to leave them there and then come feed them. Right? At least we know where they're at. So I couldn't find them. Then let me see some of the comments here. Okay, uh, let me drop another link. Let me refresh this link. Try it one more time, and if it allows you, wait up, reset link. Okay. So I was looking to see what happened to the roosters. There was no body or nothing, no bodies. What I found, brothers and sisters, was a brick or a piece of stone that was on the ground near the tree. And on that tree, on the brick, the heads were chopped off, the chickens or the roosters. Their little heads were laid on there. And there was no bodies. So it felt like to me that something killed them. There was no fire, like somebody cooked them or nothing. So I felt something weird. So I feel like some kind of blood ritual or something might have happened. So we leave, and I'm pissed off. Right, I'm pissed off. We get out of there. Following day, I go back over there to see if to find out, to do some more investigating. So when I go to this tree, and I got a picture of the tree, I'm going to share with you right now. And I got the picture here somewhere. Of this tree in the woods.
Yeah.
I just need to find it. There's Brother Law Morgan.
Can you hear me?
How you doing, brother Law? Yeah, I can hear you, brother.
All right, does it sound better?
Yes.
All right, cool. It was like doing something weird. It was not letting me write my name in to like sign in.
Oh man. Yeah, there's see if you can jump on. See who else can jump on. See if you have problems. Having problems with the link. I don't know what happened to brother Law.
It keeps kicking me out. It just keeps like saying, "Oh snap, something went wrong." Like it goes to a white screen, and I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, this thing's busted.
There's cousin Jesse. How you doing, cousin Jesse?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Law Morgan.
Hey, I don't know if this thing's working. It keeps like going to a white screen and saying, "Oh snap, something went wrong."
Yeah, it's not letting you in right. That's what I'm doing. I'm testing the link. See if it's the link.
Yeah, I
There
don't
we
know.
go. Everybody's coming out of the woodworks now. Got brother Andres.
What up, fellas? Want to see the link is working? Looks like
Hey,
it.
hey, Andres, how you doing?
What's up?
What up? Hey, Jesse. Hey, love. What up, man?
What's going on?
So
Nothing.
yeah, I just wanted to finish up the story. Uh, so when I went back, what I found out underneath the tree, there was trees that grew underneath the tree. There was like 13 trees that were like around 9 to 10 foot tall, thin. They grew underneath the tree overnight, and
What?
I'm like, there's no way that could happen. No way in the world trees are going to grow that fast. And I'm thinking it's because of the blood of the chickens. So I grabbed my machete on my backpack and I chopped those trees down. Right when I chopped them, you could see red, which looked like blood, coming out of those trees. Chopped 13 of them down, and then I left those woods. Well, they did construction there, right? Out of all the trees that are there, they took all the trees down. The only tree that stands is that tree that where I found my dead roosters.
No,
That's the only tree that stands in that area.
I think
Wow.
What do you think? They probably left that up, cousin Jesse.
that's the tree that the bodies were buried next to.
Okay, here, let me see if I can find the image of the tree.
Uh, I'm out of here, man. I'm back going back in the chat.
Okay, cousin. Well, thank you for jumping on. You giving it a test check.
All right, Jesse.
So how y'all doing tonight?
I'm good. Just
I'm
chilling.
doing fine.
Well, we had a lot of trolls there for a moment, eh?
Yeah, I don't
Some
know.
Yeah,
fake,
you did.
fake profiles. Got nothing else. You got nothing else better to do. He's like, let me do my thing here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters.
It's
It's
pretty
really,
sad
it's
when you
not
got
that
a
hard.
whole family. Dude has a whole family. You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing, dude? You're what? Almost 60 years old, and you're on the internet trolling people. Like,
Yeah, what he wants is people to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about that fool. He ain't worth it. He ain't worth my time. You know, I'm just trying to do my show. But yeah, but I will boot him out. You know, that's no problem. So he get mad when I boot him out, and he'll be complaining. He's like, "Oh, so your show just boots out people? I mean, you come in here acting like a fool. Yeah, you're gonna get booted out.
yeah.
You know." Nobody gonna tolerate that.
He always comes into some bullshit. He always got some bullshit to say.
Yeah.
Pretty sure sometimes he comes in here high because he starts off saying some random bullshit at first. Sorry for the cussing.
Yeah. He's probably high on something.
And he just gives himself up or gives himself away.
High on roast crack.
Or that freaking barbecue sauce he makes. I wouldn't be surprised if he puts a little Coke in it too.
He high on the roast crack, man.
Yeah, putting a little
That's what
something
he
extra
feeds
on
them.
my barbecue.
Yep.
Yeah, man. But yeah, shapeshifter skinwalker activity is there in Elms Grove. I'm telling you, I've seen the shapeshifter. It's true form. You know, some people call it the Nakludesh or something like that. What's the name of it, Andres? I think you said it last time. The
The
Nakludesh,
Skinwalker?
the Skinwalker. He's got a name called the Nakludesh or something like that. It's got a
Uh,
long name
I'm not sure if I'm
in
going to pronounce the
Spanish.
word right, but I will do the rough translation of it in English. It's he who walks on all fours.
Yeah. So in Spanish we call it the Nagual, the shapeshifter Skinwalker. Huh? You can have one because Jerry's going to take it to work tomorrow. All right. Yeah, he didn't eat nothing. That's why.
So if you want, I can get into what happened to me when I was a kid.
Go ahead, share your story.
All right, so it was like I'm like 42 now, so this was like 98 or something like that. I think 97. I was like 15, 14, something like that. And we were playing jailbreak outside. It was my buddy's 15th birthday. And we're in Randolph, Massachusetts. It's where I grew up, basically. I was born in Texas, actually, but I moved to Randolph when I was like 3 from Texas. And lived there, grew up there, and made some friends, you know. We were playing jailbreak. It's my buddy's 15th birthday. We're out like sitting by this rock in the woods. Just this little. It's just like a little enclave of woods. It was like a small.
Is jailbreak like playing manhunt?
Yeah, same thing.
Same philosophy.
Yeah, same thing. Um, and we were just sitting out by this rock. It was me and my buddy Sean, and we're talking. You know, just not even really paying attention, just talking. And all of a sudden, you just hear this. I can't even make the noise, but it was the worst noise I ever heard in my entire life to this day. Like it did something to like it made all the hair raise up on my body immediately, every single hair. Like you could feel it in your stomach that there was like evil. You could immediately feel like this. It was like,
Goosebumps. The hairs. The
yeah,
presence. You feel it. Yeah.
I could feel it. It was just
It hurts your
complete.
stomach sometimes too when it's so evil that it hurts your stomach because it's trying to find an opening.
Yeah, it was horrible, and it did something to my blood too. It like made all the like blood in my body like flip or like do something weird. It was like I don't even know how to explain it, but it did something weird to like all the fluid in my body, and I just was standing there with my jaw dropping, like my jaw was just like on the ground. This thing, I saw it like pull itself up from the ground. It looked like it came up out of the ground to me. As it's raising, this thing was about 15 feet tall, I would say at least, and it was at least 5 foot wide. It had those backwoods kneecaps, It was a minotaur, man. Like, you've ever seen a minotaur? It was a freaking
Yeah.
minotaur. That's what it was. It had the face of a bull. It had the upper body of a man, the most gigantic man you could ever imagine. It had fur over it, right? But like, it had fur all over its body, but it was so heavily muscled that you could see every like muscle rippling through this thing, even through its fur. Like, it was crazy, and it had huge upper legs, gigantic upper legs, to where it got to like where your knee would be, and then it got tiny skinny, and the knees went backwards. And I didn't see it, but I assume that it would have hooves down there. You know what I mean? It looked like it would have had like goat hooves or something. And this thing, when it started walking, I was maybe 30 yards away, something like that. I could feel the ground shaking as this thing walked. It was snapping trees like they were toothpicks. It was walking the opposite direction of me. I'm just standing there with my jaw on the ground. I go to slap my buddy in the chest, like, "Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this?" And he's not there. He had already taken off. So I'm standing there by myself. I'm like, okay, I'm out. I just ran. I just took off in the opposite direction and met up with him like quarter of a mile up the street. And he didn't even see it. He didn't see it. He only heard it, and he took off, he said. So I'm the only one that saw it, of course.
What was there? Was there like maybe a creek, any kind of water source around, or
Yeah,
like
there was actually. There was a old mill creek right there, right next to it.
because sometimes limestone has it's an energy conductor and it stores energy, so you get a lot of paranormal activity. But man, for something that looks like a minotaur to surface up from that area, did you, when you seen it, did you pray, or did you even say tie bind and weak in the name of Jesus Christ, or you just reacted? I mean, you were young.
Yeah, I was young. My jaw was on the ground. I got scared when my friend wasn't there, and I just ran. So
How old were you again?
I was about 14, 15 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some things like that, man, but not no. I mean, these demons, they like to manifest to scare the shit out of you. I'll give an example, brother. I heard your story, and the thing is that you've seen it, and you took off running. Did you ever go back?
Yeah, I
Like
went back.
during the day to see if there was any traces of like maybe
Yep.
hoof prints or anything like that?
Yeah, I went back, and the trees was all snapped down where the thing had walked.
So, has there been other sightings of it, like by other people that you know?
Supposedly, this is what I heard. I don't know how true it is. I heard that there was a guy up by the town hall. There's like a little patch of woods up there too in Randolph, and in the back of it. And I don't know what he was doing back there. He's a homeless guy or something. I don't know. But supposedly this thing, he saw this thing, and he pulled out his gun and blasted off 6 shots at it. And I don't know what happened to it, but the guy ended up in the mental hospital because he was yelling about a minotaur. That's what I heard.
So definitely some, I guess, a demonic activity there. That it can drive people mad. And if it was homeless, he might have had a spiritual opening. But yeah, for it to take basically when you said minotaur, it's the face of a bull. Right?
Yeah, it looked like almost, I thought it was maybe like a horse head or something, but it would make more sense that it was a bull because it had it. But the horns were like ram's horns. They weren't like bull's horns. They were like ram's horns. They came underneath and up. Like they went underneath its like mouth, you know what I mean? And then back up. So if this thing, it had like the head of a bull, but it was like, they were like ram's horns. That's all I can say. I don't know what the hell it was. I didn't get, it was like in silhouette when I saw it. I didn't see it fully lit up. I could only see it in silhouette because it was being backlit by the street lights. Other than that, it was pitch black.
And 14 years old, and you're out there, and it just appears. Yeah, I would have took up running too, man. I mean, that's only, you're not going to be able to fight something like that.
No.
Do you think, I got another question for you? If you had a spiritual opening at the age of 14, what do you think the spiritual opening was that it might have showed itself to you that way? Or is it that you might be spiritually gifted, that you're able to see these things?
I don't know. I've been seeing stuff since I was little too.
So it's possible
nothing
that
like
you're spiritually
nothing.
gifted, and it showed itself to you because it's got to identify itself to you through spiritual law, right? So when it identified itself to you, you know, like what the DDN does to me, I just look and say I type on rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, or if I catch them on camera or on video, you know, I rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name.
Yeah.
Or I hear them around me making noises, stomp noises, saying things, because that's what they try to do. They try to get to your mind. You know, I rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name. I don't give them, how should I say, any kind of leeway. I just go straight to fighting them spiritually.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't had anything happen.
I'm not trying to find their names. I'm not trying to find out what they are. I'm not trying to be their friend. I just fight them spiritually to protect my vessel.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Why play games with them? There's no reason to sit there and play games with them.
So nobody was you messing with a Ouija board or anything like that? Or
no, I actually never messed with the Ouija board, but the people around me did. And one time, this was after that, I believe, though. I have a story about the Ouija board, too, if you want to hear it.
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah,
on Tuesdays and Thursdays, the platform is for the members, that they're allowed to come on here and share whatever they want to share.
I was at my buddy's house, and they were doing the Ouija board, you know, and I was like, I never felt comfortable with it. And like, you know, just something inside me said, don't mess with it. You know what I mean? Even though I wasn't like really, I wasn't going to church at the time. I wasn't doing any studies really at the time. I was just being an asshole, you know, little kid. But anyway, I was standing there and they were all messing around with this Ouija board, and they were calling spirits or whatever, you know, trying to get something to come up on the board. Oh, supposedly, all of a sudden, my father has been passed since I was 8. Supposedly, my father comes through on the board. It spells my name because I have the same name as my father. You know, I'm a junior. And it's talking to my friends, and they're talking to me. And the board is saying, oh, I want to talk to you, but you got to bring your mother to come here and talk to the board with you. And then I'll talk to you and, you know, and it's like preying on the fact that obviously I want to have contact with my father. You know what I'm saying? Like it's trying to, that's what I even knew it at the time. I was like, this is some evil shit, and it's not really my father. That's what I thought.
Yeah, because the spirits or the demons that surface up to the Ouija boards, they can see you. They can see you. They're around. They're around us spiritually, so they know what you're wearing.
They can read you from what I've studied now. I believe that they can read us like we read a book.
Yeah, they know everything about you, man. The spirit knows the spirit. That's why I always tell people, the members of Spiritual Cryptid Encounters, if you ever run into anything, even if it's manifesting to look real, put that spirit to the test. No matter what it is, whatever manifestation, it's got to have a spirit. So how do you put the spirit to the test? You type on rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. If it's demonic in nature, it's going to disappear and it's going to flee. Then you know what you were dealing with. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and that's about it. It just tried to get me to get my mom involved, and like was preying on the fact that I, I miss my father. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just preying on that fact. It wanted to get me to get my mom involved, and I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I didn't do it.
So and that Ouija board belonged to your friend? Was it
Yep.
Ouija board? What was it
You
made
want to
out
hear?
of?
You want to hear the story about this Ouija board? This Ouija board supposedly was the Ouija board that this girl had, and her ex-boyfriend that died was supposedly the spirit that was the one that moved the planchette. She said that was her story.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, those Ouija boards. What man? I got a story with the Ouija board, but I've shared it before. But I'm letting you share your experience. So how many times did y'all mess with his Ouija board?
Oh, they were always messing with it, man. I just didn't. I stayed away, you know.
Did you see a change in your friend, the one that messed with it? Like he would act different.
Dude, he lost his mind. He ended up losing his mind. To this day, he's nuts.
He like because he started giving power to the Ouija board for the
Probably.
spirit or the unclean spirit or demon out of the Ouija board, right?
It would make sense. He like lost his mind after that.
So he literally just focused on that the Ouija board or the spirit of the Ouija board was his friend, which if it did that, then he left an opening for it to enter him. Is there
Yeah.
any times that you remember that your friend would act possessed? Or like there was something wrong with him, something in him that might say something to you that only you would understand, and you're like, how does he know this?
No, not that I can really remember like that, but his behavior definitely changed, and he became like a totally different person. Like I said, to this day, he's messed up. He's like he became like an online pornographer. He became like a sexual deviant, basically, controlled by his lust.
Wow.
Yeah, it was sad because I was really good friends with him growing up, and he just became a
Sister
totally different
Never's
person.
Angel says, do not ever want to speak to him. Law, he is gone and resting peacefully. Do not play with one. I have an experience with that's no bullshit too. I made one with a piece of paper. LOL. I was young and stupid.
Yeah.
I know my sister Beeve, she's here now, but she had a Ouija board, and I had to get rid of it because uh, she was acting different. The planchette, just put it this way, the planchette will move by itself.
Yeah, I've heard that before too.
The planchette was moving by itself. That my sister wasn't even touching it anymore.
Yeah.
I was always working on. So I seen that. It's like, what the hell, you know?
My buddy
This is
said,
like in 80. I was already working at Walmart, so it was like around 86.
yeah,
Man, it was moving by itself. My sister was acting weird. I grabbed that. I put some holy water on it, a crucifix, and I burnt it. I burned the Ouija board with a planchette.
yeah,
But something happened after that. And I think I've shared the story here where 2 weeks later there was this guy that came to my yard. I was talking to some female friends, and he came to the yard and he's messing with them. He passed and he made this weird howling sound, and he did a 360 on this bike that he was riding, 10 speed. And he says to the girls, "Who's scared?" And nobody's saying nothing. And when I look at the girls, it looks like they're frozen, like they're not moving. And then I said, "Nobody's scared here." And he told me, "You shut up." And then he kept on messing with the girls. And I said, "Look, man," I said, "you're not welcome here. You need to leave. You're not welcome here. You need to leave. You're not invited here. Just go before something happens." That's what I told him. Then he looked at me and he was smiling, had a smile on his face, and his eyes were like reddish. So I told him, "What, have you been drinking or you doing some kind of drugs?" Because this guy looked like somebody that I knew from school named Martin. And I was calling him Martin, and he said, "My name is not Martin," but he looked just like him, right? So I'm looking at him, and then he said, "Okay, I'm gonna give you a hint on why I'm here." You know, when before I put the crucifix and everything on and burned the Ouija board, I told the Ouija board to show itself, right? And the board started trembling. He said, "You almost made me. You almost made me." That's when I grabbed the Ouija board and I burned it. So the guy's looking at me. He said, "I'm going to give you a hint." He said, "Just because you place a crucifix on me, some holy water on me, and burn me, don't mean you're going to get rid of me." And he smiled at me. So when he smiled at me, I already know what it was. It was a demon that was
Inside
within
the wood.
Yeah. So my sister heard what was going on. She came outside and he looked at her in the color bar our house named her B, and he was smiling at her. And I told her to go inside, and she was still listening. Then she came outside when, he was telling me there's two roads. In one road, you already know that road. But in my road, you can have whatever you want. You can be the richest man in the world, but you got to follow me. And when he said that, I said, "Well, you already know what I'm going to say to that." I started saying the Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed. His face started shifting. He started moving real crazy. There was this car that passed by. When the car passed by, the light hit him in the face. You could see a skull with a snake going through the skull.
No way.
Then his face, his manifestation was there of what he was looking like, but he started changing. And he said, "I can turn into any form that I want to. I could turn into a lion if I want to." I said, "You turn into a lion, I'll kick you like a dog." So that's when I started fighting against the spiritually, the Our Father. Start saying the Our Father, calling upon the Heavenly Father. And as I was praying, my sister came and she started praying, and his face was shifting. And he said, "I can't win right now, but there's going to be a time that he's not going to be there with you." That's the way his face moved, that I couldn't see his face anymore. So he turned around and took like maybe 2 steps with his bike in his hand, and there was a puff of white smoke. It didn't go that far. It was like smoke all in the street, and it smelled like sulfur. But he was nowhere to be found.
That's crazy.
That was because my sister messed with the Ouija board. That was deceiving her, tricking her. There's one thing that the Ouija board said to me, that because I lost my mom at the age of 15. It said to me, "You kill me, that's why I killed her mom." That's what it said to me.
What?
Yeah, the demon. So
No. That happened after you burned the board, your mom passed?
No, my mom had already passed away before that. But that's what the demon said, like making fun of me, mocking me. So that's why I burned that Ouija board. But then the demon surfaced up and showed itself to me. So the only thing I could say to anybody that does have a Ouija board, I would suggest do not burn it. Because if you burn it, maybe it's possible that the demon might escape and just wander the streets, because the portal will stay open. So I suggest close the portal and dispose of it a different way, and just stop using it after you close the portal. Put it in a bag, throw it somewhere where nobody's gonna be able to find it, and just
Yeah, I think people bury them.
Yeah, but make sure that you close the portal. If you're whoever's messing with him, make sure you close the portal.
That's like you have to say goodbye, right?
Yeah, you make sure you close the portal, because if not, the portal's going to stay open, and things like what happened to me might happen. In which, to this day, I believe that unclean spirit or the demon is still roaming around the streets in in my hometown, because I've seen it numerous times afterwards
Oh,
in the
man.
form of the person and the manifestation that it took of the guy that I know. So
That's weird. Why do you think he was taking that guy's form?
because normally when a demon manifests, it'll manifest to somebody that you know, right? Somebody that to infiltrate, right? It could take his form. It could take a form of a deceased one, of a loved one. Like it was trying to deceive you, pretending it was your father. But they
Yeah.
can do that. They can take the manifestation of that. Anything dealing with like Ouija board with magic, right? Shaped skinwalkers, they have those abilities. When you hear about Bigfoots, right? The elders will say that the Bigfoots were demons, that they corrupted the people through witchcraft.
Yeah, they taught him how to shapeshift.
Yeah, they taught them the ones that they called shaped skinwalkers that were taught by the Bigfoots, which were demons. They kidnapped their women and children. That's what they do, and they still do to this day. A lot of missing 401 cases. So when I hear people tell me, when I see people say believe in Bigfoot, wrong answer. Because if you're believing in demon, that's what it is, then you live in a spiritual opening for it to attack you or attach itself to you, possibly make you sick. I know there's a couple of Bigfoot guys that are out there that have been in and out of the hospital for the past couple of years. Not dealing with the Bigfoots. They think they're dealing with Bigfoots, but dealing with the demons. That they've got them deceived. So they're leaving an opening to get spiritually attacked. They're going to make you sick. They can bring all kinds of pestilence and ailments to the body. So you got to be careful what you believe in.
It's like the same thing in Japan. I was listening to this thing about the Oni in Japan. It's like an ogre. It's like a red ogre. And they say that it brings plagues and pestilences with it. It's like one of the things that it does. So that goes right along with it, Same thing.
So you gotta give people. That's why I always tell people, don't give it the power of belief. Not because I'm a cryptid hater or a Bigfoot hater or a dogman hater. It's because I deal with demons and I know what the demons can do. I fought them spiritually. I've been fighting them all my life, and I know what they're capable of what they do. One of the things they like to do is blend in within society, blend in religion, blend in the things like podcast groups. They blend in because they want to infiltrate, and they want to see who is going to believe in whatever they're talking about. When I think about demons, people say not everything is demons, but of what I witnessed in my life, yes, everything is, to me, is demonically driven. When you hear about UFOs, for example, today I went to get me they had the sale for Kentucky Fried Chicken. I think it's eight pieces for $10 on Tuesdays. So I went to buy me some of that, right? And I'm driving home, and I see this different lights flickering right near my home, and I'm looking at them. It's like, what the hell is that? That's not a airplane.
I've seen all kinds of that crap.
You have different lights on there, right? Well, demons, you got to remember Lucifer. What was his soul name called?
Light
Wasn't he
bearer.
called the angel of light or the light bearer or something like that?
Yeah, that's what Lucifer means. Light bearer.
There we go, light bearer. So when you see a UFO in different lights, light bearer, it's possible, right? Very highly possible that what you're witnessing, because he's been doing this for a long time,
Yeah.
that it's that itself. So what do you do to the lights? Just like you would do the same thing to a manifestation, you put that to the test. You type and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. If it's something that's demonic, it will flee. It will disappear. It'll be gone. I put in those things to a test in that nature, in which things that it's in the sky, that it's on the land or in the water, that they've disappeared. But yeah, put the spirit to the test, spiritual test.
Yeah, when I was 3, man, I had what you would call a gray come to my window. I was 3 years old. I didn't know what a freaking gray alien was. You know what I mean? I thought it was I'd woke up in the morning and told my mom that my cousin was at the window because I had seen him like a week prior to that wearing a ski mask when he was riding his motorcycle, and that was all that I could equate it to. So my mom was like, "What the hell is he talking about? You know, your cousin was at the window. What does that even mean?" You know, she didn't understand at the time. I didn't know what I had seen really until I had seen the episode of Unsolved Mysteries later when they had like an alien abduction episode. But I don't believe that they're aliens. The thing that I saw was completely the eyes were, it was completely soulless, man. When you looked into it, it was like looking into a black hole. I got the same feeling basically from that thing that I did from the damn Minotaur, pretty much. But I was like 3, man. That thing knocked on my window. It must have been like, who knows what time, 3 in the morning, maybe. That's what my gut says. I opened the shade a little bit, and all I saw was a horrible gray alien face. It had no nose, just these huge eyes that were black and like voids. They just like suck you in. And then I don't remember anything. I woke up the next day and I told my mom that I saw my cousin at the window, and she didn't understand. So, but the thing had to have been about 9 or 10 feet to reach my window. It had to have been about 9 or 10 feet tall. So it wasn't one of those little guys, you know.
And did you have fear when you were seeing it?
At the time, no.
Because sometimes fear makes it get stronger.
At the time, it wasn't like I didn't even have really like a concept of fear. I was too young. You know what I mean? I had never really. The eyes were horrible. That's all I can say. Its eyes were horrible. I don't remember anything after looking in his eyes.
Yeah, I seen something weird happen to me one day. This was weird. This is weird. What happened to me? Okay, it was afternoon. The sun was out, and I ordered some pizza from the Domino's. The Domino's is like maybe 4 blocks away from my house, and Elms Grove is a mobile home park. The Domino's is in the corner, so I said, okay. I got him paid. I want to go get a pizza for my son and bought him a lava cake. So I ordered. I was going to go pick it up.
Oh,
As
those
I'm
are
walking,
good.
yeah, walking within the park walking towards the Domino's to pick up the order. There's this car that's passing beside me. Inside is an old car. It's like a light brown car. This is what I see, and to this day I'll never forget this. I see what seems to be an alien in there, a green one. with a big old head, big old, big old black eyes, with big fingers, a big hand and long fingers, and it's looking at me and it's waving. And I see it pass by, and I'm looking at it, and it's still waving at me like this from seeing the rear end of the vehicle pass by me. It's still waving with his big hand.
Oh,
And I'm like, what the hell is that? Is that a person in costume? They literally passed by me like that. And there's no
weird.
way if it was a person that will be able to see, through the thing that they're wearing.
Yeah.
If it was a costume, but it didn't look like a costume, it just looked freaked out. But the only thing I did was the sign of the cross because I was walking, and I was walking to go get my pizza. So this thing that looked alien like was color green. It had big old black eyes, long fingers, I guess specializing in probing,
Yeah.
and he was waving at me. I'm like, what the hell is this? And to this day, I've never forgotten that image. I'm like, I said, is somebody playing a prank on me? It's some of the things that you think when you see something out of the ordinary. Somebody playing a prank on me. So you're looking around to see if you see anybody that you recognize. But yeah, this thing that passed by me. To this day, I'll never know if it's a person in a costume or it was an alien inside driving a vehicle, waving at me, saying hi to me with his big old long fingers.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
I mean, I've seen some stuff, but that was the first time I ever seen something like that.
It was green.
Color green, yeah. He had the long fingers. I guess good for probing. His hand. I think he had like I'm thinking like 3 fingers. Which three sometimes stands for demonic, right? 3 long fingers, and he's just moving his stubs. Is the finger you can see the fingers long, and he's
Yeah.
waving, like saying hi, or I don't know if it's talking a different language, it means F you or something. I don't know.
Yeah, man. The thing, I don't know. The thing I saw was horrible, though. It was not something good, I know that. It didn't give me a good feeling. So,
Good night, cousin Jesse. That is calling in the night.
good night, Jesse.
Sweet dreams. Don't let the aliens probe, cousin.
But yeah, I've had all throughout my life, I've had weird stuff happen from when the time I was a baby onwards. Actually, my family's had weird stuff happen to them. Like we had a farm, and my grandmother she saw a freaking werewolf apparently, and there was blue lights. They would see blue lights fly over the fields at night, and it would scare people. So they ended up selling our family farm because of the blue lights. They called it the Blue Choir, I guess. That was their name for it. They called it the Blue Choir. It would fly over the fields. Scare people. So, I don't know. It's been part of my family history,
Yeah, I got a crazy picture here I can share with y'all. I'll do that one and a couple of other ones. This is a picture from Elms Grove. I'm just telling you, brother, that I run into the weirdest, excuse my French, brothers and sisters, the weirdest shit that I run into. I run into all kinds of different manifestations, and here's one of them that I'm going to share with you right now. That I could sense, the feeling you're talking about, the hair standing up, your stomach hurting. Sometimes, why it's hurting, like way that it makes you want to go use the restroom. It because unclean spirits are trying to find entry into your vessel. So when you sometimes you get the stomach ache or the urge to urinate or to go do number two when you're doing an investigation, is because the unclean spirits that are there trying to find an opening. Sometimes you get headaches because they try to enter your tear ducts, your nose, your mouth, your ears, and your privates. What do they all have in common? They're dirty. You know, the earwax, the thing that comes out of your tear ducts, the boogers, your mouth, brushing your teeth, and of course your privates. Those are dirty spots where the unclean spirits can enter. So you ever feel with a stomach cramp or stomach ache when you're doing an investigation, or you had the urge to go urinate or you do number two, is because the unclean spirits are trying to find an opening to attack. They're trying to attack you. So I suggest take your mind somewhere else, pray against it, and don't use the restroom while you're out there investigating, because that's what they want you to do, because they're trying to find an entryway into you. And sometimes it's that heavy that they're coming at you in numbers. That's how they attack. So let me share this photo here. Let me see if I can find it first. This photo here. Okay, I think I was talking about the woods. Remember I told you about where the chickens died earlier? I forgot to put the picture, so I'm gonna put the picture on here of where the chicken died, or my roosters died. Put the picture of it right here. This is the trees where I had put the tree where I put the rooster. This is how it looks underneath the tree. You can see there's something there. Let me make it bigger.
So I missed the chicken part. What happened? The chickens died and they made
Remember
the tree?
where the chicken, I was talking about where the chicken, the two roosters that I put underneath the tree, the head were cut off, and then I went back and the tree, the head being like 13 trees that grew underneath it, and I cut them off, and there was like blood coming out of them.
Wow.
Then I felt that something used them as a blood ritual because there's no way those trees are going to grow in one day. They were like around 9 foot tall, and I chopped them off.
In one day, 9 feet?
Yeah, there's activity here. Let me see if I can do it. I guess that's as close as I want to get, but there's.
I mean, bamboo can grow, but it can't grow 9 feet. I know that.
No, it wasn't bamboo. It was trees that grew underneath overnight. So I chopped the trees down. I see some activity here. I'm gonna have to debunk this, but there's a lot of activity here. There's definitely something here. Like you see the ears. There's something there. There's something here. I will have to debunk this video more. This picture more. I see something else here. It looks like what seems to be like a woman, and I've never seen this before. I know you can see the legs, the waist. Like it looks like a woman here of some sort. I will have to debunk it. Let me see if I can get a closer look. But I just wanted to share this photo with y'all. There's definitely something there. Let me see if I can find the picture so I could. Yes, a lot of activity there, but I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't want to look too much into it. Sometimes fragmented souls get trapped in areas in which there'll be a lot of paranormal activity. But I'm seeing by looking at the photo, I'm seeing something there, and I don't want nothing to transfer anywhere. But yeah, this photo is from Elms Grove, from where the chickens got their heads cut off. Well, Sister Bounty Hunter, there was no trees underneath this big tree. From the day that the rooster's heads got cut off to the following day, there was like 13 trees that grew underneath the big tree that were 9 foot tall. I grabbed my machetes and I chopped them all off. And when I was chopping off the trees that grew underneath the big tree, there was blood coming out of the trees. Now, were the trees that maybe has a kind of zap? All I know there was red coming out of them. It was not ordinary because they appeared out of nowhere from one day to the other. So I chopped them up, I cut them down all the way down to nothing.
That's crazy. I would
Yeah,
say
there's some activity on this photo here. Let me see how I can get a closer look, brother and sisters, at it.
I would say definitely something going on if the tree's bleeding, you know?
Yeah, but this is the area where that happened that I'm showing you. Yeah, let me see if I can take a closer look at it since y'all checking it out. Take a closer look at that activity. I don't know if y'all see that woman there. I don't know if y'all can see that, but let me take a and I'll work on the one with what seems to be something on the ground, but I see what seems to be the form of a woman there. I don't know if y'all see that. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a couple of. Y'all send these photos over so y'all can check them out before we continue. How doing, brother Wolf?
What's up, Wolf?
Okay, let's see some of the comments here. How you doing tonight, brother Wolf? We got a bit of a troll called Delilah earlier that was talking a lot of mess about you. We booted him out. I didn't know that they were there because I couldn't see them, but we booted them out of here. I got the screenshots of what they were saying, and I'll send them to you. I'll send them to Sister Madeline what they were saying. I think it was possible corn on the cob.
He
All right,
was
here we
mad.
go.
He's mad because Josh had an opinion about the ice thing. Oh no. Like
He was mad.
yeah, he was mad about the ice thing or something.
Here we go.
It's like people are crazy, man. Whatever. You're gonna come in here. It's not showing your personal grievance for a Josh show, you know what I mean? The hell out of here.
Okay, here we go. This is the one that I said that looks like a woman. I don't know if you can see. Look at the body right here. But then the face will be right here. But it looks like but it looks like bones or something, right? Look at that. There's the hip, the waist, the pelvis. Looks kind of bony, so maybe a spirit of somebody that passed away there. I don't know. There's one of them that I was trying to show y'all, which is this would be the face, the pelvis, the waist, the hips, the legs, the sides, the kneecaps. I mean, that's what it looks like to me, but I don't know. So I place it there so y'all can check it out. And here's the one with the black cat. The sister Cynthia is there, and it's
See that?
on here. You could also see something else in here. Just several things in this photo. I'm more sure if you were going underneath this tree that you would probably feel something, brother Law.
Yeah.
Let me see. You will feel something underneath this tree.
Yeah, that's crazy that they grew. I don't even know what to say. Like, why do you think that happened?
Because of the blood that was spilled of my roosters. I think they were used as a blood ritual. Oh, so you do see the picture of the female. Yeah, let me post it up one more time. Right here. There's a face. It's all bones, man. Real skinny. It's crazy, ain't it? Looked like she's wearing like a some kind of dress or gown. Possible other native spirits down here.
Yeah, that's the thing over here. They got the Hockamock Swamp is right by me. It means place of spirits. It's where the natives buried all their dead for like I don't know, 1,000 years, 2,000 years or something. The King Philip's War. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but that's where it supposedly ended over there in Hockamock Swamp, and it's supposed to be cursed. You see all kinds of lights, like UFOs and stuff over that area. Bridgewater
Okay,
Triangle.
and I'm gonna go to the other pictures. I think I sent some pictures, other pictures I wanted to share. Oh yes, here we go. Let me share this photo here. Wait one. Let me share this. This is from Elms Grove. I'll tell you this sometimes that they manifest, and sometimes you don't see them. You can sense them, but you can't see them. But they're around you because your senses are letting you know, like, hey, something evil here. I got all this goosebumps. All my hairs are standing up. My senses are getting triggered.
That's what happened to me.
You do a little prayer. Well, there's a big one right there. Well, possible two. Because I think there's two there. There's one right above my head, but a huge one right there. And that's the one I was trying to focus on. We got to check it out. Which is one here, a huge one here, possibly another one here. But this one looks more like a wolf, a werewolf. But check it out. That's the one I wanted you to see. It was that tall one that was on my. That's tall, way taller than me. And I was trying to get you to get a look at it. Tell me which filter looks pretty good to y'all. 1, 2, 3, or 4. The 4 filters. Which ones resonate with y'all the most? 2, 3, and 4.
Probably the last one brightens it up a little more.
What's that, brother?
Probably number 4.
Number 4. There we go. That's an old picture. It's a screenshot off a video where I captured it behind me, and it's tall, very tall. So I wanted to share this picture for those that are tuning in here tomorrow. But time flies when you're having a good time. We've been on for 2 hours and 41 minutes. Oh my God, time is flying. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. So the original photo is this one. I was recording off my cell phone. Possible portal in that area. I think I got a picture of the portal where it's a circular portal where these beings are coming out of. TNs, whatever you want to call them. But let's go back to the story. I just wanted to share that with y'all. There's an old picture or a screenshot of a grainy video. I'll take cheap cameras in there when I'll do my investigations because all the other cameras are good. The batteries blew out or cracked my lens. The energy in the woods, the spirits, or the demons were there. They didn't want to be recorded, and all my equipment was the lenses would crack, the batteries would blow up. Other things that happen, of course, some if they wouldn't blow up, the batteries would get drained. But I had more stuff blow up in there where I'm recording. Next thing you know, the battery blows and you see smoke coming out of it, which it messes up my camera. So I have to go into prayer because that's telling me that something is very close to me. So I start praying, and then I get out of the woods. But yeah, just a lot of crazy activity. Is there any questions that you would like to say to Brother Law Morgan of the stories, the encounters that he's had, brothers and sisters? Is there any other encounters, brother?
Yeah, I got a lot more actually. But right now, I don't know. I'll tell something real quick if you want. We had little kids still at the time, hanging out with my buddy Charlie. We had broken into this abandoned house and we're like hanging out. We made it like our hangout spot, When we had originally broke in there, it was like filled with freaking busted up like statues, like religious statues, like no, I don't know, just like biblical figures, I guess, but like with their heads busted off, or like pieces of their arms broken, and like they were all set up. Man, it was weird, We cleaned all that crap out and we set up one room to be like the hangout room, and we put like a blanket over the door. The lights were still working, so we had lights in there. And when it was cold and stuff, like we would go shoveling for money, because that's what kids used to do. We would go like shoveling and whatever, make a bunch of money, and we'd go hang out at the house when it was cold after. So one day we did this. We went shoveling, it's freaking freezing out. We're in this house chilling, and it's like pitch black because it gets dark early around here. we had the door closed off, you know, blanket over the door. And we're just sitting there. I think we had a TV in there or something, watching TV or something. We were doing something, listening to radio or something. I don't know. But we were just sitting there, and all of a sudden you hear the front door open. You could hear the front door open, and like a couple of our friends knew. It was like 2 or 3 other friends in our friend group that knew that we would hang out there and would come once in a while. But it wouldn't be normal for someone to just walk in there by themselves, you know? I don't know. The door open, you hear the door open, footsteps walk right up to the door frame where the blanket was closed off and stop. And it sounded like Frankenstein. It was like boom, 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 boom. Walk right up to the door and stop. And all the hair raised up on my body. I was with my buddy Charlie. We both looked at each other. We knew something was wrong. You picked up a book, right, and threw it at the blanket, and the whole blanket just came down, and it was just pitch black in the room, in the living room. Like there was nothing there. You couldn't see anything. So we grabbed a bat. It was like a plastic bat there. Dude grabbed a bat, snapped it over his knee, and we stuck newspapers in the end of the broken bat and lit them on fire like a torch. And we inspected the whole place, looked through the living room. Like, you couldn't have got out of there without us hearing it, because the floors, you know, they were like old, creaky wooden floors. There's no way you could move even a little bit, like shifting your weight without hearing it. And we inspected that whole living room. There was nothing there. It was just, there was nothing there. But it sounded like Frankenstein walked right up to the freaking door and and just stood there, you know? It was creepy as hell.
Heavy footsteps.
They sounded like Frankenstein. Literally, it was like boom, 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 boom. Walk right up to the door frame, and we both just looked at each other. All the hair on my body was raised up. Like, you knew something was wrong. That place was creepy as hell. They ended up tearing it down.
Wow. Do you think somebody might have done something there?
That was actually right across the street from where I saw that friggin' thing, too. It was literally right across the street from those woods where I saw that Minotaur. It was like all in the same area.
So you think maybe it could have been the land?
Quite possibly. I mean, this whole area is like native land.
Yeah, I was gonna share another old picture here from Elms Grove. See if I can share it with you all.
I had all kinds of weird crap happen to me. One night we were just sitting in a car. We got home. I forget where the hell we were. It was a couple of my friends. And we were sitting there talking, listening to the radio, whatever. All of a sudden, the side of the car got hit. It was like an audible sound. It was like this blue light. It was a blue light, but it hit the car and exploded like paint. But it was blue light. And we all saw it. It was like 4 or 5 of us that saw it. It hit the side of the car that was parked, and it exploded into like paint. It looked like electric blue light. It looked like water almost, but it disappeared into nothing.
Wow.
Yeah, I had all kinds of crap happen to me. I have to think, like, but it's happened to me since I was a kid, man. My mom, she said there was like a blue light that came and messed with me in my crib, and the room was freezing cold, and just like a lot of weird stuff from the time I was a child on upward happened to me, you know. Nothing really too recent, but I'm glad for that, honestly.
see if I can share this photo here. This is an old photo from Elms Grove. I used one of those magnifying things. Well, not a magnifying thing, but something that'll make the face stand out. It's an old picture. So here we go. Let me share it with you. Let me see if y'all can see that. The face, I use one of those things where you see what's in the wood. It's like a magnifier. It's the face right there. When people will talk about dog man, there's the face. I got a lighter on here that made it lighter. So you can see it. Just showing a picture from Elms Grove. And I'll stop sharing that. Just showing it real quick.
I myself have never seen any type of dogman creature, but my grandmother did in Maine. Like I said, when we had the farm, they ended up selling the farm because she saw a werewolf and a bunch of everybody saw blue lights flying over the field, so it scared the crap out of everybody, and they just sold the farm.
Yeah, there's things out there, brother and sister. You just got to be careful when you go investigate. Here in Central Texas, there's a lot of shapeshifter skinwalkers. You have to be careful because they'll try to trick you. They can mimic voices, mimic sounds. One time I was out there and he was mimicking my dog Rebel. It was sounding like Rebel, but Rebel never goes to investigation with me. I always keep him in the house. So I knew it wasn't him. But it was like literally mimicking his voice, mimicking his sound that he makes when he's, I guess, say whimpering, whining when he wants something. He was mimicking him exactly how he sounds. So you gotta be careful of what's out there. I haven't gone back out to do investigation all day. I was thinking about doing another one, but I think I have enough evidence what's out there. Not unless I run into another walker where he decides to show the undivided attention to me. I'm not trying to capture that. But I'm not trying to go looking for anything like that. I know they exist here in Texas. I've seen them. So I got a question for you. These things that people identify as cryptids, what do you think they are? Do you think they're more of the flesh, or they're more of the spirit? I just want your opinion because I know what you're seeing is in the Minotaur. Whatever it was, manifested to look like the Minotaur, but then came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it pulled itself up out of the ground.
From the ground up, right?
Yeah, it just like pulled itself up out of the ground, basically, is what I saw. Or it just folded out of nothing. I don't know. It looked like to me, it was rising up, like it was coming up off of the ground. It just rose up and it was huge. There's no way it could have like hid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the noise that it made, I don't know if that was the noise, if that was a roar, if that came out of the thing's mouth, or if that was a noise that was made somehow when it was like ripping open a dimensional portal or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But either way, it was horrible. It was the worst noise I ever heard in my life. I don't ever want to hear anything like that again. It was terrible. It was literally the worst thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Me and my brother, we went to Chalkridge Falls. That area there, brother Josh Turner. That's an area to investigate. People have died there. That lived. They used to live. That's where the lake is, but it used to be a dam. It flooded and people drowned there. So there's a lot of activity there, uh, especially of natives. And when you're walking down the trail, it's a nature trail walk. Lots of activity there that you're gonna hear. When me and my brother went, we heard growling, something growling at us. Like it didn't want us to be there, and then I didn't even make it to where I wanted to go because I got ambushed, and it's kind of like my energy got drained, and we had to come back, and we didn't go do the investigation we wanted to do. Maybe one day I'll try to do it again, but it gave me the urge. I felt I was getting spiritually attacked. Everything was going out of whack. So that's when I decided to just to pray and get out of there, and we left. I think we lost Brother Law Morgan. Skinwalker, yes. I've seen him. In Elms Grove, I ran into him. I ran into one that I followed him. I've shared their story here, and I've said it numerous times throughout the shows. Uh, it looked like he had a hunchback. In Spanish, we call it jorobado. So, I do appreciate you, Brother Law Morgan, and maybe on Thursday you can come back on Thursday and share some more stories because we'll be having an open mic night then too. But yeah, he had a hunchback on his back. You can see the nalgas, you can see the ass cheeks and the legs of this supposedly. I thought it was an old man, but when I noticed it, it was pretty tall, and he was wearing a hide on his back. You can see something on his head, barefooted, and it was cold. I don't know, Brother Judge Turner, if you're busy or not, but if you want me to drop a link for you, I will. There's a link right there. But I think you might be working. I'm not sure. Yeah, they manifest that way. Temporary manifestations. If a spirit can manifest itself, like there's some spirits that come out once a year, where they're some are more fragmented spirits where they're repeating the cycle of what happened to them. They look the same way they looked on the day that they died or got murdered or whatever. So they come out once a year at that time frame. Okay, we got Brother Andres here.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much, Brother Andres. Just talking about this, So, yeah, I've seen spirits manifest and they repeat the same cycle. Like the spirit that we would see, me and my sister would see over there, and when we used to live in my two-story home in Acorn Creek, there'd be a spirit of a woman. They would come from the woods every day during the day. Uh, the side of our house had two windows, so you could see in the ravine. There was a ravine. They would go to a little bridge where the people could walk on the sidewalk. You could see the woman in white. It was like a woman in a wedding gown with black hair. She would pass right by the ravine, and you could see her pass by the window. Then when we look, she disappears by the sidewalk. But the manifestation looked real, and she'll manifest every day. She'll pass through that window daily. That's why I had to move out of there.
Well, it's a good thing you got out of there, especially with the old woman who warned you. I think before you moved in, if I remember correctly, who told you to stay out of the woods because all the spirits are there.
Oh, the Philippine. It was a Philippine lady um, that lived by the edge of the woods, and she told me she see me going through the path, and she called me, and I said, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Don't go into those woods. There's something very evil there." And I said, "Like, what do you mean? There's something very evil?" And she's looking around like this. And she's, "I can't say what it is. The only thing I can tell you is something evil." So then she was over there picking some flowers off the woods, like daisies, I guess to make like a flower thing. And I asked her again one more time. I said, "Well, what did you see?" Then she's looking around like if somebody's listening to her. And she said, "Look, I was out here picking flowers one day, and this giant snake came out of the woods. It wrapped around itself around me. It had red eyes, and it was talking to me. It said something to me." And then I asked her, "Well, what did it say?" And she said, "I cannot tell you what it said to me. The only thing I can tell you is there's something very evil there." And she left it at that. She sold her mobile home. She'd been living there for like 26 years when I first moved in there. And I guess she bought a home and moved out of the park. That was the incident where when she was moving, that I seen her son standing outside by the fence. I had never met her son, but I figured it was her son because I knew she had a son because she told me she had a son uh, that lived in New Mexico or Arizona. Well, the guy that was standing out there, I said, "Hey, how you doing?" I said, "My name is so and so," and he said that he was a son of that was his mom that he was helping her move. And he's looking at me and he's looking at me weird, like his crunched, like I don't know, his eyes, man. This what stood out the most. He had like a yellow glare in his eyes, and I'm looking at him and he's extra strange. And he told me not to go into those woods. And I said, "Why is that, man? Not to go into those woods?" He said, "Do you know what a?" This is what he told me. He said that he was a historian dealing with the natives, and he said not to go into the woods because there was a lycanthrope that lived in the woods, you know. And I said, "Lycanthrope? What is that?" You know, I never really heard the term lycanthrope. I just know them as werewolves. So he told me, "Werewolf, they'll go in there." Then he said also, I believe he might have said shapeshifter skinwalker. That's his territory. Don't go in there. And I left at that, and he's just looking at me standing outside the fence. Right, like 2 weeks later passes by. Then I seen a truck inside where the mobile home used to be, and there was this guy loading stuff out of the shed. Looked just like the guy that I was speaking to. And I was like, "Hey, what's up, man? What's going on?" And he's looking at me like, "Who the hell are you?" I said, "Remember last time we came? We were talking. I was talking to you. You told me not to go into those woods because of a lycanthrope. You said you were a historian. Did you study the culture of natives and stuff like that?" And he looked at me and said, "Look, man, I don't know. I think you got me mistaken for somebody else. I've never met you before." And he said, "I'm not a historian. I'm a mechanic." That's what he said. The sun. And then I could see a difference of height also between the sun and the one that was pretending to be its son. So when I walked away from there, the only thing I could think of that the first one that spoke to me was the shapeshifter skinwalker that took the form of the sun.
Okay, well, that's a new one. I have not heard that from you before.
Oh yeah, I've shared it before, but maybe you might have not caught it.
Yeah, I probably didn't hear it before.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll never forget that. And after that, it's like I started really paying attention because I talked to a lot of people, but she warned me, and there was another guy that had warned me to be careful of the area. The security, we had security Brother Josh Turner, you do security. Well, we used to have a security person. They used to work do the night shift there. They would do security from 10 to like around 3 or 4 in the morning, and she always had a flashlight, with her with a high beam. She would see me walking at nighttime, and she would tell me, "I don't think it's a good idea to be walking out here." That's all she would say. And I started having my experiences, and then I asked her, I said, "Have you seen anything strange out here?" So besides the people acting like it's a concentration camp here, which is the manager of the park. Yes, I've seen some strange things out here that's unexplainable. What do you think I carry this flashlight that shines so bright? That's what you said. One of the things that you mentioned that she seen was a shapeshifter skin. She ran into the shapeshifter skinwalker once, and then she ran into the shadow figures all the time. That she could see them moving around in the park. Well, that woman, she went on a vacation. Guess she wanted to climb one of the mountains up there in Washington. She walked halfway up. She never made it back down. She had a heart attack midways. Then on the way down, she had 2 more heart attacks, and she passed away on that mountain. She used to live right by the edge of the park, so I'm more than sure she's done seen all kinds of things.
Wow.
How you doing, Sister B? How you doing? Open mic night. We've been going for 3 hours.
Yep. Well, I just wanted to
Nick,
share
go ahead, brother.
a potential Nimic / doppelganger story. I didn't personally witness it, but my sister apparently did. And you know how there's like a rumor or like it's like seeing a doppelganger will sometimes be an omen of something bad's going to happen to you. I'm not sure if it's connected or anything, but I'm gonna tell anyone say what you in the chat think.
Go ahead.
It's just a short one. All right, so it's like it was when I was in middle school, and me and my family were living in this house after another house that we had to move into a couple blocks down from the street because our the house we were living in burned down. I don't know how long we were living there. It was we had to at least been living there for at least 2 years now, give or take, while our house was under construction. Me and my mother were watching TV in the living room. Next thing I knew, we both know is that my sister comes into the living room and she looks at me and my mom, and then she says she thought that she saw me going into my mother's room, and apparently she walked in, but this is where the weird part starts. I was never there, and what she saw, what looked like me, was I apparently looked at her, and then for some reason, what she saw decided to crawl under the bed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Either looked at her or she looked at it, one of the two, and this thing crawled under the bed. I don't know why it did that, but it freaked my sister out enough to the point she was shocked to see me in the living room watching TV with my mother. And my mom, we both looked at each other and were like, nope, I've been sitting here with her watching TV in the living room. And I don't know how long after that event, but I ended up breaking my right femur bone right
Oh,
in
wow.
half. I knew how it was broken, but I wasn't sure if it was connected to that. But what my sister saw that day, I was running. It was if it was somehow connected or not. I was stuck in crutches for a little bit,
I
a little
believe you,
while.
brother, because I had a incident. I believe your sister, because I had an incident like that happen with my sister B. I don't know if she remembers this. But I had built them a play doll house, a playhouse with cardboards and blankets and all kinds of stuff from the blackberry tree, so they could play with dolls or whatever, or pretend it's a house. So I built it out there, and next thing you know, as they're playing out there, I go to the last room, and there's my sister B. So I start playing with her in the last room, and I'm playing with her, and we were playing there for a while. I'm playing with her, and then I hear my mom yelling, for my sisters to go get them. And it's like, what do you mean to go get them? I said, go outside, call your sisters to come inside and help me to make this food, to make this tortillas. Because she was trying to teach them how to make tortillas. So I look at my sister and I said, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get Lupita to come and help her make the tortillas, right? Because I wanted to continue to play with my sister. So I went outside and I hear my sister Lupita talking, like she's playing and stuff, and as I go look inside the little make believe house that I made, well, yeah, she's not talking to her. So I thought she was talking to an imaginary friend, but she was talking to my sister Beatrice, because my sister Beatrice was with her playing dolls. So then I had a question mark or a light bulb turned on. It's like, wait a moment. How can Beatrice be here when I'm just playing with her over there in the last room? So I went inside, I passed by my mom, went to the last room, and when I went to go look, my sister was nowhere to be found. So whatever it was that I was playing with mimicked to look like my sister, but it wasn't my sister. So then I told my mom, I'll help you. Just tell me what you need, So I helped her make the tortillas. You know, I would get her the ingredients that she needed. But it happened to me. Uh, and I think that's happened to my sister too. I'm not sure. To many of us, there was one day, someone was talking about this Doblo hangers, or to me, this DDN, the shadow figures that manifest this way. Yeah, you ever play cowboy and Indians with your cousins, or army or military, like you're a soldier? So I had a stick, and we're playing two against two. Me and my cousins are playing, and the way we play is that we capture somebody, then we put them in jail or whatever, right? So we're playing this war thing. So I'm not trying to hide from them. It's four lots, and I'm going by my grandma's house, So I'm standing by the wall of the house, or by the wall of the house on the outside, and I'm picking around the corner to see if they're going to come around the corner. And I'm like right by the edge to look to the behind the house to see if they're coming around, and I'm not seeing nobody. As I'm sitting there or standing there, I feel somebody tug on my pant. I look down and I see somebody's hand tug me on the pants. The crack underneath my grandma's house was this, uh, like around this tall. So I look at the hand go underneath the house. As I dug down, what I'm seeing in the darkness is my cousin looking at me and say, "Hey, Mike, what are you doing down there? Why are you hiding down there?" And then he just crawls backward into the darkness like he wants me to follow him. And I'll be like, "I'll be right back." I took off running. So I go running to my house. And when I go running to my house, my cousin, they got him trapped inside, like in the prison, like in the cage or whatever, or we pretend it was a jail. They had already captured him. So there was three over there, and I was by myself with whatever that was that took the manifestation of my cousin that was trying to get me to crawl underneath the house.
What, that doesn't scream like you're about to be murdered?
You know, It's trying to lure me underneath the house. Looked like my cousin, but it wasn't my cousin. So I told my cousin what happened, and when we go check it out, we couldn't find nothing. But the only thing that we found out there when we went to go check it out was a cat. That's it. But I know it was no cat. I guess it looked just like my cousin, or mimicked to look like my cousin. Oh, my sister said I remember that day.
Yep.
Yeah, there was strange things. I don't know how many times, brother-in-law, who's here with me, Andres. How many, or to the viewers here, spiritual encrypted accounts. I don't know how many times I got deceived that way that I thought I was playing with my brother or my sisters, and it wasn't that. It was this shadow figure that had the abilities to manifest to look like us or to look like a kid, pretending it's a kid. I remember there was one that would come during the summers. We'd be sitting down waiting for my mother to finish cooking lunch. And then you could see something moving real fast. You could see like a blur going around the house. In our house, there was a lot of windows, so you could just see something moving real fast. Next thing you know, you see somebody going like this by the window, scream. Then it will move and go to the other window, and it's picking in. Then it go, and the next thing you know, you see it like this, pressing against the screen. You can see the body and everything of a boy. And my mom's like, "How come you don't go play with a boy? He's your friend." I said, "I don't even know who that is." I said, "Go play with him." So I said, "Okay." So I step out of the house. I see him going around the corner. I go to the corner. Next thing you know, he's already at the end of the house. Goes around the corner. So around that ways. By the time we get to the corner, he's going around another corner. So I never see him move, but he's jumping, going from corner to corner. I can never catch up to this boy. That I even go the opposite way to see if I can catch him, and I can't. So I finally get tired, and I go inside, and my mom's like, "Ooh, what happened? And you got why you tired? How come you don't go play with your friend?" I said, "I don't know where he went to. He moves too fast, mom. He runs real fast. I can never catch up to him." So then next thing you know, look, he's over here looking at the window. He's over here looking at me. I said, "Go play with him." And then he'll go stand in front of the door, and it was like the same scenario over and over and over. But I was never able to catch up to him or grab him or anything like that. He just My sister would see him too. It would happen at 12 o'clock. Yeah, I think 12 o'clock. Right at lunchtime. At 12 o'clock when that would happen.
Yeah, that's what your sister says. Exactly 12 o'clock.
Well, I did follow him. That's the thing. I would always chasing him, trying to catch him, but I could never catch him. I never got him to get close to me, but I could never catch him.
Why do you think he started running away? Like, you think these things will want you to catch them, so did he just want you to waste your energy? Or
I
was he
think
just
he's
playing a game?
playing a game, or he wants me to believe it's a boy. I never, which I'm seeing that it looks like a boy, but maybe he wants me to believe it's a boy so he could have something over me. You know, I think there was always activity in their house. A lot of paranormal activity. Uh, Also, the ground itself, a lot of limestone, where our town is built on limestone, so you catch all kinds of paranormal activity. But that's some of the events that would happen. Yeah, it would be 100 and something. My mom got me out there in the middle of the day, hot as hell, running after this boy or chattel, whatever, because he had the capability to manifest to look like a boy with clothes on, but I could never catch him. So I'm thinking, I don't know if it was a ghost or I don't know if it was a shadow figure because when we see the movement first, it was moving so rapidly that you could see a dark blur, but then that dark blur would turn into the form of a boy. So I'm thinking that the dark blur was a shadow figure, and the manifestation of the boy was just that, a manifestation.
Yeah, I can understand seeing just like the whole shadow person, dark being thing. Back in December or late November, when the snow was starting to fall down here in Illinois, I decided to go out early in the morning, if I remember right. I was just starting up the car to make sure with myself that the engine doesn't like freeze up in the cold. I was just on my phone scrolling. Next thing I knew, I see this. I- I'm half blind, so I mostly see things out of like the corner of my right eye, which is a bit hard, but I notice stuff anyway. I end up seeing most of the stuff I see. It usually lasts like a split second for me anyway. I see something like mid torso because I have my the car I have it's low to the ground, but I see a mid torso ending at near the waist. I don't I like it. It's. I thought at first I thought it was a person, but then it just instantly vanished, split second. So I have no idea. It's just me making things up in my head, or I'm generally saying it. Like that's mostly with the things I tend to see. And there was another thing that I actually saw a couple weeks back actually, which wasn't a shadow thing, but was definitely some type of spirit. But it wasn't it wasn't a person. It wasn't an animal. It was an animal instead. And Nevaeh, it did look like it was zooming past me while I was in my car. It looked like it was going down the road. So I'm not sure what it was. Most of these things, they just they show up and then they vanish the very next second. If it
Well,
wasn't
since
for
you're
the
talking about, you can continue to share your story, and I'll share the shadow figure thing when I got here with the viewers.
most of these things do look like they're moving past me or walking by me. I've seen
Here
a
you go,
few.
folks. Here's one from one that happened to me over here in Temple,
You don't
Texas.
have to go for long runs. So long you're doing something. Oh, y'all seen that, brothers and sisters? Something is pissed off. So they like. I know if y'all seen that. I just seen like a dark shadow figure pass right in front of me, and it went past me by the light. Your health is staying physically active. You don't have to
Let me see. I can pause it.
lift a lot of weights. You don't have to go for long runs. So long you're doing something.
Man, that was hell of a fast right there. Let me back it up a little bit. Yeah, I might have missed it. Yeah, I don't know if I have the other short video.
Your health is staying physically active. You don't have to lift a lot of weights. You don't have to go for long runs. So long you're doing something.
So sorry about that, Andres. I just had to share the shadow
No, it's
figure
fine.
one.
I understand why you showed it. You're showing like how fast these things move in real time. These
Yeah,
things don't really stop for a second.
that's why. Well, I was showing them so you can see how fast they move because when you say you seen something through parallel vision, it's because they move that fast. They move that fast so they won't be spotted. It just happened that the camera caught it. So yeah, they're around us. I get the one where it's slower. You want me to share the slower version of it?
By all means, go ahead. And in terms of the whole shadow things, these things can come in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Let me see if I can find the short version of it. I know Facebook. It just changes everything around for me. Like
yeah, the
I know
updates
I have it.
they've been doing, it just messes everything up.
It's like they move my videos around, so I can't find them for some reason. It's been doing that for a while. Here we go. Yeah, it's acting a little bit strange right now. Let me see if it let me show much. The shorts were spiritual encrypted encounters. Okay, and I'll share the short version of it, just for the purpose of the shadow figure. Okay, not the. Wow, I tried to go to the slow version of it, and it putting me out of it. Like it don't want to be shown. That's like the second time it does that to me when I try to click on it, and it just sends me to a whole different video.
Yeah, that sucks.
Here we go. Hopefully. Oh, there's Brother Wolf right there. How you doing, Brother Wolf?
Hey, Wolf.
You hear me?
Now we
Yes.
can.
I was just gonna share the short version of it with the slower speed, so people can check it out real quick. Uh, here we go. So they can see it. Let me see if I can pause it when it comes through. There it goes. Yeah, there's a lot of activity here where I live of the shadow figures. Sometimes they'll stand in the middle of the street looking at me. There you go. God dang it.
I would just start it from the beginning, Abe.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, there's like I'm more sure there's activity where the brother Josh Turner lives too. Things like that all over Central Texas with the shadow figures.
For sure.
Because you used to see him where you used to live before, also.
Yeah, where we used to live before, it was really bad. It, I think it was worse than it is here, but it's been here, I think, because of the nonsense with the people that
Oh yeah.
Kind of nonsense we're talking about.
Well, I'm pretty sure don't you?
Yeah, you're gonna have to. That I'm not in Texas. I'm in Chicago. Stuff is getting even worse up here.
Yeah. Is this Andres?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah. You know all that stuff with the roaches.
They were here. They were here earlier, Brother Wolf.
Don't want to give them any energy or any time. They're so beneath us, that I don't even. They're over there attacking each other because they're not attacking me. So they're like, "Why aren't you attacking him?" So they're flipping out on one of their own because he's not fighting, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. I'm not saying their names. I'm not giving them any energy. I'm not giving them any damn time.
Yeah, about the freaking part because he was hitting on women.
Yeah. So I had somebody getting really mad because they said that we weren't talking about Dogman, and I'm like, what? And she's a regular listener of the show. I mean, I'm shocked that she made a big fuss. I mean, I don't even. She said that when we did the West Texas Dogman episode, there were no stories. We were just talking about random crap, and I was like, wow.
Most of the random crap is all connected to begin with.
Yeah, and she said that Dogman has taken a back burner on our channel. And I was like, no, it hasn't. So, I mean, obviously, this person is just, I think what it is she's not really paying attention. I'll see them pop into the chat, like, like 3/4 of the way through the show. And I don't think she's paying attention. Or they'll jump in and, not see the rest of the show.
Is it an old lady?
She's not an old lady. She's probably, her late 50s or something. But she's kind of aggravated because she said we weren't talking about it. We talk about a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to talk about, and Nellie's been doing her show. She's been really getting into it with the Dead Zone transmissions, and when she's working on that show, and we got plans for the Random Files. What I want to do is start doing some true crime on there. We're doing the Gypsy Rose thing on Thursday with Blondes and Booze, and that's going to be fun. But then we're going to do the Friday on our channel and then Saturday on BMR's channel, and I think that it's going to be a big hit. After that, I'm going to start working on something on Random Files. Nellie's going to start using that channel just for random things, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start using it for that.
Oh, Wolf, question. Have you actually seen a killer documentary about Bigfoot supposedly taking a young girl? Tex and Monica actually covered it. I wanted to see if you saw that yourself.
Which one?
It's a documentary called Bigfoot Took Her or something along those lines. Tex and Monica watched it and both were giving their thoughts on what they thought it was.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, they both think it was somebody else entirely and not Sasquatch that was involved. But supposedly those were the claims that the suspects or people who were close to the person who was taken say.
No,
So that's something Nelly can do on Random Files.
Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff that we have planned. Tomorrow night's show is going to be very interesting on Paranormal Roundtable. I don't know. I don't want to give it away, but it you don't think about it, but pets can get attachments too.
Oh yeah.
Let's put it that way. People don't think about that. This guy he's from Arkansas, and something happened, and it just the stuff that he went through was freaking crazy.
There is literally a show that called Possessed Pets that I know. I never watched an episode, but I know there's at least 6 episodes.
It's called what?
Apparently, it's called Possessed Pets. It is the name of the show. It doesn't have very much episodes, so I'm not sure if anybody really watches it. But I remember seeing it. I released the beginning page for if you want to click on a show or not. I didn't watch it, but apparently that is a legitimate show. So I just thought I'd mention that, seeing so you just brought up the pets can have attachments on their own, which they can. The most famous with folklore are the black cats, seeing so they're most known with witchcraft or magic in general.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that there was a show called Possessed Pets.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. Yeah, I didn't watch it for a fact. Probably some panic stuff involved with it.
I think there's something happening with echo. I don't know if it's ringing up Andres's or somebody's.
Yeah, that's probably Wolf. My connection when I'm on here is usually clear, but if you think I have to log out, I will.
No, I don't know. I just hear something.
Let me see if I mute mine if it helps.
All right, I am testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Yeah, it's probably the wolf.
All right. So is it mine? Is it echoing?
Not anymore.
No, not no more.
Oh.
Did you have a speaker on?
Oh yeah, it's on speaker.
Oh. Yeah, well, it looks like it's gone now.
But to add to what you were saying earlier, Abe,
Let me close out the video. Maybe it was a video. How about that? Maybe it was a video that I had on. The shadow one. I took it off. Go ahead, brother.
no, what you were talking about with this these shadow people, and somebody had said something about the little people. I remember we interviewed a guy, me, Tony, Anthony, and Armando. It was one of the interviews we did way back, and we interviewed a lot of people like from this area, because they were we started basically with just people that, that I'd gotten stories from for the first, the first year or so of the show. And one of the people that I had met through a friend of mine downtown, he had told me a story. He was working at it was off of Burleson Road right here in Austin. That area, man, I have gotten probably a dozen reports just from that little area alone. I had a couple guys tell me real quick before I tell the other story. It's not a real long story, but they were driving along and they were just talking, hanging out. Now, they were smoking a joint. They admitted it. I mean, there are a couple of Hispanic dudes that I've known. The driver, I knew him, or the passenger, I knew him for years. The driver I met through my friend that was the passenger. And they said, "What? Did you sneeze?"
Yeah.
Bless you. Jeez, Tony's sneezing weird. And they said what looked like a little boy, like ran out in front of their car, and they thought that they had hit him, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, we hit this kid, whatever." This is in that same area. But it was weird because when they started comparing notes, he didn't really look like a little boy. He kind of did because he was wearing what they said looked like overalls or something. And he had ran out in the middle of the road and there was just nothing but fields with like Johnson grass on either side. And they said it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. And this happened like years ago, like 30 years ago. But they didn't see where he went. Like there was there was damage to their vehicle. And when they started talking about it, they were like, "Was that a little boy?" Because we were going to talk about that story on the show the other night, but we ran out of time. When the ladies backed up into that, whatever that was, that entity in Florida, in Palm Beach. This incident here, it was weird because they told us, we were at the club and they sat there and they told us that they had hit what they thought was a child. But when they started talking about what it looked like, they were like, "I don't think that was actually a kid," because he kind of looked like an adult, but he was tiny. And then they couldn't figure out like where he went. Like after they hit him, there should have been like blood. There was no blood.
Yeah.
And I mean, he had to have been. So they walked out into that field, with the high Johnson grass, whatever. They didn't see anything, and they were just like, they didn't see like where. I mean, nothing. There was no body or anything at all. And then they started thinking about it, and they were like, even though it was summertime, and they were just teenagers when it happened, and they were like, "Well, we were smoking dope, but we weren't high enough to hallucinate this, and what really got him was like, what would a little boy be doing? There's no residential houses anywhere around. It's just open fields. And then catty corner to that, there was a lumberyard. And then on the other side of that, there was a place with like a trucking depot or something. I think it was like a place where they hauled natural gas or something. Like butane tank, or not? I guess it would be butane tanks. But that was it. I mean, they just couldn't figure out where the hell, like where would this residential house be that a little child would be wandering around out there at 3 a.m. And they said that he looked like he was barefoot, but that he was weird looking, like he didn't look like a child. You know, and one of the things that they both said was like he had blacked out eyes. You know, kind of like a black-eyed kid, you know, like running out in the middle of. Yeah, it was weird. Like, so anyway, they told us this story, and they told like me and 4 or 5 of my friends, you know, my brother, we were all there. And I always kind of thought that was weird. But now there is a building there. The one side's still like a field. On the other side, there's now this big building where it's just shipping. It's all these like companies that one of them, I think they do like calendars and stuff. But they have these trucks that go to the loading docks in the back behind these buildings, and they ship stuff out. Well, a friend of mine gave me a guy's information, and I met with him. It was me, Armando, and Tony. And we talked to the guy, and he told us that when he was working there, and I think what they did, they shipped like what it was a manufacturing place. They did like pillows, and I forgot what else it was, like those mattress toppers or something like that. Like that's what they made there. And then he would ship them out. Like his job was to take them and, you know, drive them to the retail places or whatever. So anyways, it's a huge building. Like this building is gigantic. We had a job there one time at that particular building, but there's like 16 different. When I was there, we were there for 2 weeks. It was like 16 different companies that all had like a, you know, and it was like 1701A, 1701B, you know, and it's like the whole address, but it was like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or whatever. So there were 16 different businesses, and it was this huge, long ass building. Because I thought, you know, I was driving the golf cart. I said, I'm gonna get some exercise, you know. So I decided to walk from one side of the building to the other on the perimeter. Shit took me like half an hour, dude. I mean, it took me half an hour just to get down to the end. It was so long. I mean, it was just incredibly huge complex. I mean, gigantic. So anyway, their particular spot was like a little factory where they put the stuff together, and then they shipped it out from there. The place where they actually did the work was like 2 miles up the road. And then they would drop it off there, and then they would package it, put it all together, and then ship it out. So their job was just to ship it, not to manufacture it. But it was something they actually manufactured it. I want to say it was Morning Glory, but I don't think that's correct because I know they used to be in my hometown. So I don't know if that's right. But anyway, it was some American company, which I don't even think is there anymore. And so the guy was telling me about this building, and I said, yeah, I'm familiar with it. I actually worked there a couple days, and we had that account for a couple of weeks. And at night, it's kind of spooky, you know. And the reason that we were there is because it was a fire watch, because the whole building, the sprinkler system quit working. So I had to go into each and every one of those particular buildings. Well, one night I was in there, and it was like a Tuesday, Wednesday, something like that. And it was just in the middle of the week. It was really dead. And now there's a little more traffic on the weekend because down the road there's a couple of bars, and you know, one's like a sports bar, and I think another one's a Tejano bar. So, you know, there's a few people in that area. And then if you go down a little further and then off to the right, there's a strip club down there. So, you know, there's people tearing ass through there. Now there's like a convenience store and stuff. But at that time, during the week, there's nobody. Like there's nothing going on. So I was out there, and it was dead quiet. And I remember like having to go into these different buildings, and the one that he's talking about where they shipped all the mattress covers and all that shit. I remember going into that building, and it's kind of like how what you just showed, Abe, where you could see like the light kind of blink real quick, you know? I just remember walking into different rooms where I thought that happened. Like I was like, the light would just go out. and then come back on. And it was happening at a Catholic church too at one point when I was doing security there. And I always thought it was weird. And then we ended up seeing like this weird, I guess you would call it like we definitely saw a shadow entity there, but I guess it was a shadow entity, but it just looked like a black, not a humanoid. I can't really say. It was like a black squared off rectangular looking thing that went over the window. And it was me and Zane. And then at one point it was me and Anthony. And then I know it was always a 2-man post. And then I know at one point my brother was working with Anthony over there. Same thing happened to them. We couldn't figure out what it was. My brother took like all these pictures of like these orbs around the crucifix. So that was at this Catholic church, but this was like probably a year or two after we worked at the Catholic church. So I remember thinking, oh, I've seen this before, this weird blinking, whatever. So when this guy we interviewed, when he told us about that building, I probably told the story on the show. And like he told us about that building. His name is Emilio. I remember that. And he told us about that building. And he said that when he was working there, he was a truck driver. And one night, in the morning, he got there and it was like 4 a.m. and they were coming back from like the holidays or something. And it was pretty cold. And I remember he was saying, he's like, I was like just clocking in. And it did that weird, the lights blink thing. And when he said that, I was like, oh, dude, I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about. Because when we worked there, I think it was like 2017 or 18 when I worked there. It wasn't that long ago. It was like for a couple days. And I mean, I was already with Nelly. Like we were already together at that point. And I just remember working there like 2 nights. And that dude, when we interviewed him, was in 2019. So it was like maybe the year before. So we might have been working there around the same time. But I remember him talking about that happening. And then he said that there were these lockers. They had these small little lockers, and like they're set in sets of 3. And I remember because I went into that building, and he said that he heard them all slamming one night. And he had just come in off of the vacation. And he said that he heard all these. And so when he comes back from doing his run, and funny enough, he had gone to like Temple, where you're from, Abe, where you're living anyway. He had driven to Temple, then he had to drive to Waco, and then like Waxahachie or somewhere else. He had to drop these stuff off everywhere. And then he comes back. And when he comes back in the late afternoon, his boss tells him, hey, check this out. And he said, how we have that weird thing where it's like something where like the lights blink off and on, and we keep hearing like the lockers and stuff. And he said, yeah. And he goes, well, check this out. And he showed him the footage of these lockers being slammed. And you can literally see, and he showed me the video. He showed me, Anthony, Tony, and Armando. You can see this little like monito duende. Like it's running, dude. You can see it like it had like, it's weird, Abe, Andres. It's like the hair on this thing, like it was running so fast that the hair was like, it had like long hair, but it was like flowing behind it. Like that's how fast it was moving. And It was just like ran by the lockers like real fast. And you can see it was real deep, dark brown. The whole figure was almost black, but not quite. And you see it just run, and all the lockers just blow open and then slam. So he just like runs, and then he turns and runs back the other way, and all the lockers are like they all slam.
Wow. So this one has some kind of magical powers to be able to do that.
And I just thought about that when my friends told me, that they were driving through there one time because in that area it's kind of desolate. There's nothing but like woods and stuff. It used to be, but then if you keep going, you'll end up because it's on Montopolis. If you keep going, you'll end up on Montopolis that goes around. like this to the southeast to an area called Dove Springs, which used to just be a complete war zone.
So
Just
what
all
was
day.
this one day on the video? What was
Do what?
the height of the wind is
So no, it's like a foot and a half. It wasn't very big, maybe 2 feet, maybe. Yeah, like maybe 2 feet, you know. Because we were doing our best to try to figure out like how tall it was. That was back in 2019. I don't know what happened to the video. I know Armando had a lot of our videos and stuff like that because he was real big on collecting all of that, you know. And I just told him, and I predicted it. I said, dude, there's going to be a time when none of this is it's not going to be worth nothing because, you know, AI was getting better and it was going to get better and it was just going to rapidly, you know, be to the point where it destroys. Because every day I see a video on Facebook or YouTube or something, and you don't know what if it's real or not. But yeah, it just eventually just destroyed, you know.
And the camera caught this clearly. There was no glitching, no blurring of it. You could see it just fine.
No, there was. You could see like you could tell it wasn't doctored. It was like security footage. You know what I mean? But you could see like first there's like a it's all just lit up, right? And you see a worker and he's putting on like his back brace, and then he walks off. And so a few seconds go by, and then you see like the light blink, like there's a blinking. You know what I mean? Kind of like what happened to Abe, like when what just happened to Abe. And like I said, I've probably told this on the show more than once. I mean, it's pretty interesting to me. But you know, the all of a sudden you see this thing run by and all these lockers open, and then a few seconds go by, then you see it run back by, and you just all the lockers are closed. Then when they played the audio of it, the audio was freaky, dude. The audio didn't match up to the whatever because the audio was like separate. You could hear like the audio was recorded separately. You know what I mean? So you could hear like audio. I mean, this wasn't the audio from that. It was another audio. It was recorded separately. Let's put it that way. I'm tired. But anyways, there was this audio that was recorded by this guy who I knew this guy. His name was Rodney. And he used to work with me years ago when we worked downtown. And he was running like a Sam's Club or something like that. He was a manager. And he goes, yeah, he goes, I know that company you're talking about because we were talking about it because he used to watch the show. His daughter did. And he said, I ran into him at the mall. And he goes, I know that audio you're talking about. And he goes, I have a clip. I used to work there because we were talking about that on the show. And so he ends up like getting in touch with me, and he sends me an audio file. I think Anthony got it somewhere. We've got about 1,000 of them, though. You know, it's a problem. And you can hear what's freaky, dude, is one time when he was working there, he was one of the managers that made sure that people, because they did it all by hand, you know, in the early days of that company. They sold out to another company. I forgot, and I see their stuff at like Target now. I forgot the name of their company, Morning Seed or Morning Glory. I forgot, something like that. But he said that they were originally just a homegrown company, and they used to have a factory down in the RGV. And so I remember him saying that he used to work down there in the Rio Grande Valley, down there, like Edinburgh or McAllen or something like that. They had a factory down there because they had a lot of women that were seamstresses. That's where they would, and then they would ship it all. Yeah. And they would ship it all the material. They would ship it up, and then right there and here in Austin, where they would process it to get it on the trucks and send it all over the place. And so, but his job was to make sure that they would send them in rolls, these like mattress toppers. And then he goes, they would take them and roll them on these machines and stick them into these tubes, and then they would put them in boxes, and they would box them up. And then the guys would take them to the loading docks, and off they went onto the trucks and delivered to the stores, basically, like Walmart, Target, whatever. And so that was his job before he started managing at Sam's. And I think he moved to like Copper's Cove or something like that. Well, me and him were talking with him at the mall, and I used to box with this guy. I met him years ago when he was boxing. And so this dude, he told me, he says, he goes, this place was haunted really bad. And he said, I remember you talking about it on the show. And I saw him just like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And he's still, working whatever. He's managing a Sam's in like Waco or I don't know if it's Waco, somewhere over there, Central Texas. So he was telling me about it. And he said that there was this ghost or something that would hang out in the locker rooms. And when he heard me talk about that, the window, he remembered that dude, Amelia, because I remember working with that guy. I was a supervisor. And he said that he had a recording. I said, well, dude, take my number or whatever, send it to me. So he sent it to me. It was on my phone, man, my old phone. And I think Anthony took it and put it away somewhere on one of the files we have. And hey, guys, can y'all let Cooper out? He's crying. And so I remember the way it sounded. Like there were two different sounds that it made. One, it sounded like someone talking, but like with kind of like a lisp, but it was more like I can try to imitate it. I don't know how good I can do, but it was like this is like that. I know it sounds kind of goofy, but
Yeah, I would compare that to the thing that says "My Precious" with the wisp.
dude, it's weird, right? It sounds like a snake person. You know what I mean? Like if you were a snake. Yeah, with that hissy, that hissing weird. Yeah. That's what it sounded like. It kind of reminded me of like, have you ever seen the G.I. Joe cartoon movie when Commander is becoming a snake? That's what it reminded me of. Yeah, it's like
that would be weird to hear.
Yeah, it was creepy, dude. We listened to it, and then there was another audio recording where you just hear like a growling. It's like just a it just keeps happening. And then you see these workers, like one of them comes in there and you see him like taking off his shirt and then he's taking off his back brace. And then he kind of stops. You see him look around. He's kind of a chubby Hispanic dude. You could see him like looking, you can tell he's hearing it. And then he just kind of walks off. And then this other dude comes on the camera and he's this black dude and he just like runs off the camera real quick. And so that was on that file. But I don't know what happened to the video. But you could hear it like a growling noise. And he said that he had put a microphone in there because the camera didn't have sound. And he said he put a microphone in there and it would be triggered. You'd hear like the noises and stuff. And then at one point you hear screaming and weird echoes. Now I didn't hear that. Like that part we never heard. But he said that there was one that this other guy had gotten. And see, my dumb ass was just walking around up in that building. I didn't know all that was going on. You know what I mean? Because you're doing security, you don't know if that place is haunted or what's in that building. But I remember walking in there, and at one point I had to use the restroom, and they had pretty clean restrooms. So, but you're just up in that building. You're by yourself. You don't know, and that was on the very end, and then it occupied 2 of the slots. Like they rented 2 spots off of that commercial building. And there were 16 different places. So you had like 14 more places, each one consisting of probably like, I think that each one had like 15,000 square feet. Huge building. I mean, it's gigantic. And it's all just one story. Well, not really. It's like 2 stories. Because there's like stairs up inside of it, but they're not, they're not made to where it looks like there's 2 stories. It's like it just looks like one big, because they're factory made. You know what I mean? But they're built about as high as 2 stories. But you can't really tell from the outside. And so you walk around in these buildings, and at one point I think I was somewhere in the middle of the building because I had to go into each one every hour. Because it was a fire watch. So they give you a golf cart. You could drive around it.
Nice.
And then most of them had like a garage type like thing you pull up and you could just pull it up and go in, and they're all unlocked because you have to be able to get in there. Because the fire marshal basically told them, hey, your sprinklers ain't working. You got to have. So the property manager said, okay, you have to have access to them. 2 of those places were they didn't give me the access code. I couldn't get in. So I don't know what was in there. I didn't. So I told the management the next day. I called and said, hey, I told this lady. I told her, I said, hey, we can't get into to those 2 in the end. So she said, okay, I'll make sure you can get in. Then they never did. I don't know what happened. But the other ones I was in. I was about 12 of them. And I remember walking around up in those buildings. I'd go in there to the golf cart, go to the loading dock, and then I'd walk in, just stick my head in, make sure everything was fine. But that particular place with the mattresses and shit like that, that place, I would go in there and use the bathroom. Because they left the lights on, in one area, and like it was clean. So I would use the bathroom in there. I had no idea that all that weird shit was in that place. I just remember walking around and seeing it was kind of like the lights would flicker, but I don't think it was the lights. It was like something was moving by you really fast.
Yep.
If that makes sense, yeah. So that's my story.
Yeah, they come in all sizes, man. Just don't know what you're gonna run into. And that was in Austin, right?
Yeah, off of Burleson, dude.
I know there's I'll see certain things like that at here in Temple at the Walmart distribution center, but there wasn't little ones. There were big dark shadow fields. It was a order, and I was going through the aisles, doing my order, and I seen something moving to the left of me, beside me on the other aisle, and I was moving very rapidly. A dark shadow figure, very tall. I just seen it go around, pass up the other lane, and go around. And you could see the in between. So, and it came around the corner, and then it disappeared. What it was, shadow figure, unclean spirit. But yeah, I would see activity like that at the warehouses. There's some warehouses where you have to plug yourself when you're working the lines. You have to plug yourself as a ground, or else you're going to get electrocuted.
Yeah, when there was a Walmart distribution center right there in New Braunfels. And I almost got a job there, dude. My friend was working there, and he was like, it paid pretty well. And I was living in far South Austin, and you wouldn't have to go through Austin traffic at that time. You would just go from there all the way to San Marcos and then New Braunfels. It really wasn't that far for the pay, And then I just thought about it, and I was like, well, I'll take the job unless something else comes up. So I had applied, and I got this other job that didn't pay as well, but I didn't have to drive as far. So I took that job, but I almost ended up working at a distribution center.
Yeah, it's a hard job. Order filling. You have to keep a certain percentage. 85. I think it's 85 and above. But yeah, that's a hard job because some people won't be picking up their own slack, and you have to. But when I did that, I was in my 30s, so I don't know if I'll be able to do it now. That's a lot of cases. I worked in the dry side, which it was where like the waters are, and it was hard labor. We got a park ranger here. What's his name? Bill White. What?
Bill Whitaker?
No, is it Whitaker?
Yeah, Bill Whitaker.
Yeah, I would see people talk about. I want to hear about Duende stories. I have a scar on my Achilles, right on my Achilles where I got stabbed in Elms Grove by something. I come back inside the house. I thought it was a rattle. I thought it was a water moccasin that bit my ankle because I was out there in sandals at nighttime trying to investigate, and the creek is nearby there, so I thought this snake had bit me in my Achilles, and I took a picture just in case it was a snake that I'll be able to try to identify the snake. That, so when I made it home, my sister's looking at me. It's like, hey, you got something sticking out of the back of your leg, and you're bleeding. You're bleeding. So I went there and I touched it, and I yanked it out. When I yanked it out is when I started bleeding, gushing all over the place. And my sister put pressure on it and stuff. And I was trying to figure out how that happened. I'm out there, the entrance of Elms Grove in that path, and I get stabbed. I got the picture of that little sucker, man. How it looks and everything. The one that stabbed me. Yeah, man, I'll never forget. If I ever run into that little sucker, he's in trouble, man. Because man, that I still have pain till this day on my Achilles.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
sure how
not,
that's
it's not,
gonna work out for you, Abe, because you got to remember the little Duende armor knight. He's basically wearing some kind of shiny thing on him, which looks like armor, and he stabbed you with a spear or something
yeah.
that was laced in some kind of poison.
Well, that's how I got the blood clot on my left leg.
Yeah, that's how you got it. The spear was dipped in poison. Hey, Wolf, can I ask you a question? It's something from the chat.
No.
Well, damn, man, don't need to be so freaking mean.
Go ahead, dude. What's up?
Yeah, there's somebody in the chat that have you gotten anything that's basically described as like a bald wolf deer mixture looking creatures? They're hairless, and apparently he saw this in North Michigan, run across the road. Have you gotten anything like that?
A bald deer wolf-like creature?
Yeah, because that's what he says that he might have seen in northern Michigan run across the road.
We take all kinds of reports, and I get all kinds of stuff from emails. And I'm not going to say I haven't gotten an email like that because, like last night we were on the show and everybody on there had sent me emails at some point. And not everybody's email, I can't get to everybody's email. But we take reports from people who send unconventional sightings. And what I mean by that is like, it's not like Dogman, Bigfoot, Mothman, not like something that has been described before that everybody's like, oh, we know what this is. This is this is a Duende. You know what I mean? You don't know. So we do get reports of weird anomalies that you can't really describe or explain. I know that I've gotten reports of something that looked like a crawler type creature. And then later somebody will see something that looks like a deer. I'm trying to remember because I know that there was a story we got and it was a pale crawler type creature. And then later somebody saw it look like a deer. If Anthony or Tony were, I don't know where they're at. They're in here somewhere. But I wonder if they remember this. We did a story about somebody who had seen, I want to say it was just a few months ago too, probably in the summer. Because I remember the person. I remember it was her husband. There was a woman named Brenda or something like that, or Belinda. Yeah, her name was Belinda, and her husband, he was hunting or something, but he saw like just a formless, like white, bald-looking creature, and then later there was like something that looked like somebody says definitely not deer. Yeah, Shane. Yeah, it looked like a not deer. Like somebody saw it.
Yeah, he just commented further. It was in Benz County, Michigan. And he just described it further. It had a wolf face, but a deer body like color, no fur.
Hey, Tony. Tony just walked in the room. Do you remember we covered a case? There was like a guy. Well, it was a woman who got in touch with her husband, and it was somewhere like in Michigan or somewhere up north, like in the north, in like Midwest. And a guy claimed to have seen something that looked like a formless creature, and then he saw a deer. Like he thinks that thing had turned into a deer or something.
Yeah, it was like
I don't remember when that
it
was.
was like smoky or something, and then it kind of like the next thing you know, he saw that deer like we were right in the same position, so that's why he thought that.
Yeah, something like that. I just remember there was like a formless being, like a humanoid shape.
A humanoid?
Yeah, it was humanoidal, like it was, humanoid, and like in the way that it looked kind of like a crawler, like it had 4 limbs, a head. But then later, like he saw a deer and he knew that wasn't a deer. I'm trying to remember what that story was. We get so many different stories.
I don't remember.
I can't remember. I don't know.
It sounds familiar, but like,
Have we got anything that looked like a wolf deer mix?
you get some like interesting. I've heard. I don't know if it's something you told me, but it was that interesting like witness where it was like something that looked kind of bulky with like horns on it, and it looked like antlers or something like similar to that. But I think you have told a story before with something that was like a werewolf with like antlers or something like that, or like something similar to that. I remember.
Oh yeah, like the it would look kind of like a not deer, but they had teeth like a wolf.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like that. But not exactly a wolf deer mix.
That dude from not from Corpus Christi. God, he was on this one guy's show. I don't like saying the guy's name even, but I remember he was on his show, and and that guy doesn't like me. So when the dude kept referring to me, he was getting mad.
Oh man.
Yeah, it was on stupid. I guess I don't even want to say the guy's name. I don't want to give him anything at all. He's a little communist shithead. That's what he is.
Damn.
And he's good at making people think that he's a decent dude, but he's not a decent guy. But anyway, he had this guy on his show, and I just saw the guy. Like he just wished me a Merry Christmas the other day. I'm trying to remember his name. The guy that was on his show. It happened in Mathis, Texas. Yeah. And the guy, if I looked at my Facebook, I know I could find him. He's on there. But he quit talking about it. Like I tried to get him to, like a few years ago, I tried to get him to tell me about it again on the show. And he didn't want to talk about it because he said whenever he did, something weird would happen. So I don't blame him, but he saw 3 of them. And they were just like deer out near Mathis, Texas, near Lake Corpus Christi. And they just stood up like people. And they were moving around. He saw 3 of them, dude. I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Gosh dang it.
Were they all the same size?
Yeah, I mean there were like 3 of them just grazing like they were deer, but then they just morphed and stood up and started walking like people.
Possible shapeshifter skinwalkers. There's a lot of activity like that.
Mm-hmm.
The Nahual. It's crazy.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's like the movie was it Cocaine Werewolf?
Cocaine.
Where they have the cocaine bear and then they have cocaine werewolf. I think they made a cocaine werewolf movie.
They made a cocaine bear.
They're so high. No, I've heard of things like that, but it's more of shapeshifter skinwalker activity. Well, Corpus Christi is not that far away from the Rio Grande Valley, which there's a lot of activity like that there too. Yeah, so he said he was like is looked like a deer, but he looked different. He was walking on twos. Oh man, I wonder how big it was. Did they describe how big it was? How tall? I don't know if y'all can hear me.
I can hear you, Abe. I'm not sure about Wolf.
Oh, okay. I was showing the little duende right there. The one that one was ready for war, eh?
Yeah, that one's definitely ready for war. There's no doubt about that.
I think we lost Wolf.
Looks like we either lost him or he just left, but I'm pretty sure he got kicked off.
There he is. There we go. Oh, wait up.
The guy's name is Mark De Leon.
Yeah, I
Mark
remember Mark. He was
Mark
at the
De
conference.
Leon. Was he?
Yeah, the tall guy is pretty tall, right?
Yeah, he's tall. Yeah, I guess. I mean, he's not real tall. I think
Well,
he's about.
not as tall as you, but he's tall.
Yeah, Mark De Leon. He was the one that I don't remember him at the conference, but
Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
he was on
Mark.
this guy's show and he was pissing the host off because the host doesn't like me, and he kept referencing my work and you know, and so I had told his encounter before, and so he was
Yeah,
on that show, and I wanted to get him to come on and tell the encounter like he did on that guy's show, but instead he just had me retell it, you know. But yeah, he saw three of them together, like you know, and that's not like the only time I've ever had anybody say that. But I think here in Texas, that's the only time I've heard of anybody seeing like that many together in like a group. I've
oh
heard
yeah,
of it in Missouri and I heard of it in Michigan. Um, what is that national park up in Michigan? Damn it! If anybody could tell me, there's a park up in Michigan. It's not far from where there have been at least two people who've claimed to have shot dogmen. I'm telling you, there's two places. It's up in Michigan. My brother would know. He used to live in Michigan with his mom and his stepdad. Um, we have the same dad, different mom.
they said they've shot at Dogman or killed Dogman.
No, they claim to have killed a dogman. Yeah, no, yeah.
Was one of them the Joe Bridger? Or no?
Joe Barger was one. The other guy, like I say, his real name. I called him, I think, Jerome on the show, but that's not his real name, or Jermaine, but that's an alias. But he claims to have shot one or killed it in the same area. I'm trying to remember the name of that happened at. But it's right outside of there. But that anyway, that there was a guy that claimed to have seen three that looked like deer, but he could tell they weren't deer. But I remember the guy's name was Nathan, that guy, and they stood up, you know, and it was weird, dude. And one of them was like, it was trying to get to something in a tree, and it had its hooves on the side of the tree, and then it kind of like looks around, and then it just kind of morphs into like not a person because the head didn't change into a human, but it changed into something more humanoidal, you know, not animal, and climbed partway up the tree and grabbed whatever it was and went back down. Now, the thing is, I remember that story. There were the other two animals didn't change, just that one. So the other two animals just kept grazing. They weren't really paying attention to what that one was doing. So maybe they weren't, you know, like that one, you know.
Was the forest sound similar to Manatee State Forest or something?
Yeah, there it is. Manatee National Forest. There it is. Yep.
That's where he says where he saw the deer, the deer wolf in the forest. That's where he said where he saw it.
Who did?
The shameless guy who said you saw the wolf head with the deer body or something. That's where he says That's where he says where he saw it, where he had his encounter too.
No way.
That's what he said.
Oh, okay, right here. I see the comment.
Yeah, he said that's where he saw it.
No way, dude. Okay, because I'm not even looking at the comments here, and I just now looked, and then somebody, Anthony just said you're on. Yeah, Anthony's right. The you're on Manistee National Park. Yeah, because the guy that gave us that story, his name was Nate. I mean, we called him Nate. I met him in this group, and I forgot the name of the group. It's like a Native American crypto group. It's a private group. There's only like maybe 200 or 300 people in there. And I was in that group with him, and he's Blackfoot. Like he's 100% Blackfoot Native. And I know a few Blackfoot natives. Elder Bear Claw is another one. She's pretty cool. But this guy's name is Nate, and he claimed to have been out, in the forest, and he was in his truck, and he had gotten into an argument with his girlfriend, and he drove out and was just going for a drive, and he claims to have seen this, like just saw 3D, or he called them elk. He said they were elk. And he was like, it was weird. They looked out of place big time. And one of them just decided to climb up a tree and grab something like some leaves or something. I forgot what he said it was, but what he said he thought it was, because it was dark and he couldn't get a real good beat on what it was trying to do, like what it was grabbing. It wasn't fruit, but it wanted the leaves of the tree or something because it pulled down a branch. But he said it used arms, like it became like a human. I thought that was weird because when I can't remember what I know the guy's real name, but I can't remember his alias, the one that claims to have killed a dog man. He shot one in the head.
Oh, the truck driver?
No, that was Joe. That was Joe. Joe's never made any beans about his identity. This other guy did because he was scared of what happened with Joe.
So wait, the guy who decided to stay anonymous, was this before or after Joe made his encounter public, or after?
The guy, if I remember correctly, he was a black guy, the one that claims to have shot one of these things in self-defense, according to him. But I believe it happened before Joe Barger's incident, but he talked about it afterwards. But I met him through another guy from my conference up in that guy's from damn it, I'll tip my tongue. Not New Hampshire, not Connecticut. It's up in the Northeast. Vermont. That dude's from Vermont, the one that was at my conference, the first conference. And I remember him introducing me to this dude who was kind of I don't know how to describe him. He was from the Appalachians. He was an odd duck. I remember that. I didn't know what to make of him. And so I meet this guy at my conference. Okay, this guy's name was Greg or Craig. I can't remember if it was Craig or Greg. He talked real fast. And one of the first things he told me was he was a recovering drug addict. So you meet somebody and they're like, yeah, I'm a recovering drug addict. It's kind of like, and I'm not saying, I'm not knocking the guy. I mean, but it's immediately there's some credibility issues. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a good thing he at least told you before he said anything else.
Yeah, no, and I remember I was standing there with two other people. I think it was me, Ken, and Kenny. I think Kenny was right there. I think it was Kenny Irish. I could be wrong, but it was me, him. I think it might have been Jody. There were 3 or 4 of us just standing right there. And this guy's like, yeah, my name's Craig. He's the way he talked real fast. And he says, yeah, I'm a recovering drug addict, but he goes, I've been in rehab and everything, and I help people who have problems with drugs. Like he's like a counselor. But one of the people that he introduced me to, he said, I met this guy, and he goes, the way he said it was like full disclosure. Like he's trying to say, look, I'm just laying all my cards out there. He's like, there's this guy, and he said his name, started with a J, and he said that he was in the Manistee National Forest, and he killed a dogman. And it was because Joe was there, and Joe and us were talking about it with Joe and his wife. She's a sweetheart, and she's been very open and honest about herself and her past too. And I remember them kind of vouching for that dude, saying, "Well, no, he's on the up and up. He's changed his life or whatever." But that dude, he told me that he knew this guy. So when we interviewed that dude was like straight up with me too. He's like, "Yeah, look, I met this guy in rehab." And I told him my story. And then I went on to tell the story on the show. But the guy claims that he killed a werewolf. He doesn't say, I killed a dog man. Like he never calls it a dog man. He says, I killed a freaking werewolf. Like he flat out says it. Then you have this other guy who's a Blackfoot native who's with this woman who's his girlfriend. She's native too, but she's not Blackfoot. And they met on some kind of dating app or something. And she had some problems. Like she would drink and run around and do stuff. And eventually he left her. But he said that night it got really bad. They had a big fight and she had cheated on it. Or at least he thinks she did. And he's like, so I wasn't in the best of mental states. And I go out for a drive and I'm right there, middle of nowhere. And I see these 3 elk. One of them morphs into like a humanoid type being. The head doesn't change into a human head. It has antlers, but the upper body did. And the legs became more straight up and down. And he didn't see the feet, but he didn't believe that the hooves would have been able to sustain the way that it was standing. And what looked like a more massive body, like these really muscular arms were there instead of what the legs were. And it looked like it was very top heavy. So he thought it was just a weird, like it was just leaning on the tree. It was only doing that so he could get to whatever it wanted up in the tree. It's interesting. I mean, when you look at the coordinates, you're looking at 3 very strange incidents that happened within miles of each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then you start going like, well, this happens all the time. You're sitting there going like, if you look at maps, and geography I think is very important. When you start looking at these maps, and my brother was real big on that, like looking at these maps, he would go, well, look at this over here in the Devil's Backbone. Look at how close it is to this spot over here. And the reason that I'm the one because me and my brother started doing this together, but the reason that I'm the one that is the one you talk to, hear about, whatever, is because I speak better. My brother got stabbed in the throat in a fight. He had his throat cut. Yeah, my brother had his throat cut. So it destroyed his voice box. He talks like that. He has a real bad voice. And I've been stabbed too. We used to get into some shit, bro. So, but I didn't get stabbed in the throat, thank God. But that's why I'm the one that does all the, he helps me with a lot of different stuff, but he's not the spokesman, So I'm the one that pretty much speaks, But we did start this together. Now it's just me. And he just kind of works behind the scenes, but he does a lot of work. But it's me, it's him, it's Anthony, Tony, Nelly, and now we have Maddie, and Scorp helps out, to some degree. But I don't think any of us ever thought that we would be this deep into this subject. And we have other people that help us too, There's a lot of different people that contribute and help with Paranormal Roundtable. We have a few people that go out in the field. And when these people are always like, boots on the ground. I don't have to go out and do boots on the ground, because we have people that do it for us.
Yeah, they're the boots on the ground, and they carry the story.
Yeah, and they just report back to us. Y'all know Chief. He's a good friend of mine. He was doing a lot of boots on the ground work for us down in South Texas. He was sending me stories and getting me in touch with people. And there's all kinds of people that do stuff for us and that do the boots on the ground and give us the information. Now we can do it ourselves too, and we do it ourselves. But for the most part, we go to where we've heard that there are encounters. I don't understand how some of these people's channels, I'm not going to mention their names, but I don't understand how they just wander around out in the middle of nowhere, supposedly in the
Leave
middle of
around the
the
car
yeah, and they just go out and somehow they just find stuff every time they go out.
because you place it there.
Yeah, exactly. Tell me how that works, because for me, I don't go to a place just because I think, oh, that place looks spooky. Let me go wander around out there and see if I hear something. Oh, look, magically I heard something. Because that's not how it works, man. I mean, somebody has to tell me, hey, there's been reports of something in this area. So you go to that area and it may or may not be the case, But I'm really suspicious of people that just wander around in some specific area, or I guess I should say non-specific area, and they wander around and they just happen to find all kinds of evidence of strange stuff, which makes no sense to me because how do you know to look there? Like, did someone tell you that there was something there? Did you fill the report, or did one of your people fill the report? That's the thing. And I think that there's a misconception about Paranormal Roundtable too, that is just me. Like it's just me sitting there telling people's that's not the case. We have like multiple people working on this show to make it what it is, part-time, full-time, whatever. And then we have people that go out and will interview the people and talk to the people and then give me a thumbs up. Well, yeah, this person seems to be legit. Or somebody will send me something because I have a lot of really good friends in this field. So the information just keeps flowing. So that's what I think that they think that, that it's just me, and that's it. Now in the early days, we had Armando too. And Armando did a lot of work. You remember Armando? He was a hustler. Yeah. And he left a lot of information out there too. When he passed away, there was a lot that he had done. So, we're 2-3 years behind on some of this stuff because we've been hustling for so long. And I was in like 200 something groups, stalking down stories, trying to get them, and talking to the people. And hey, can I use this? Can I say your name? No, yes, whatever. There's a lot of work that goes into it, but if you're doing it yourself, yeah, you can get it done, but it's hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
But if you got a bunch of people helping you, people that are dedicated and committed, and I look at like Abe as one of my close associates and colleagues, and we'll share information, and it's back and forth. I mean, same thing with.
I want to go investigate one day over there at the location you're talking about, man. So I'm gonna go sense. I know my wife wanted to go towards Austin area. They got a wrestling event going on there on Saturday, and she said if I wanted to go, I think it's Collision or something. And I just don't know what the schedule is or anything like that, but yeah, one day I want to go investigate the location you're talking about. It's just that right now we're trying to get, we're busy contacting people, looking for a house and stuff like that, and because we're relocating. Once I get done with all of that, then I'll have a chance to do everything else.
Are you planning on staying in Central Texas, or are you going to move away?
Central Texas. I just don't know where in Central Texas. I guess wherever I don't know, the Heavenly Father, He's been showing me things, like different locations or houses spiritually. So I guess I'll know when the time comes what we got to do, just taking it one day at a time. Trying to stay relaxed and I'm just trying to do my best, man. Here, you see, I'm doing a daytime video to try to get people to come on because I used to do daytime videos before I started doing the night. But then I figured, well, I'm up at nighttime going after the night videos. That's when I'm up. I sleep during the day, you know. So, but yeah,
We
I
need
think
to this ranch, like where we heard those noises on Christmas Eve, and we ended up going live and going out there and maybe doing a daytime investigation and taking some pictures and some video,
yeah,
and then analyzing and see what we can see.
I think this is the best time to go is during the day because if there's anything spiritual or the DDN or anything, the ultraviolet rays of the sun will break the cloak. And if there's shapeshifter skinwalkers out there, I'll be able to ID them because they're they'll show themselves. They'll make a whistle. They'll make a sound or something. They'll ID themselves because they like to mimic voices or sounds. That's what they do is mimic. A lot of mimicking. It's good to take an EVP so we can record and debug the EVP recorder because I'm more sure if there's something if something's out there, it's gonna show itself. There we go.
Reading some of these comments here.
Good night, Cynthia.
Allergies are bad right now. Man. See me earlier, I was rubbing my eyes. Somebody put no, mommy, no.
Yeah, that was rain.
I'm way behind.
Yeah, tomorrow night's heavy as Angel says that place has to be cursed. So much happens in the Appalachians. Yeah, tomorrow night's show is going to be about the Appalachians.
Ooh,
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's about his dog. He went out on a trail with his dog and something. I don't know. I don't want to give it away, but yeah, it's pretty freaky, dude. Really freaky.
Which part?
The whole thing.
Yeah, that figures.
And then I got
some of this people that they were saying a lot of things. So I'll send a screenshot to Sister Madeline or to you, Wolf, what the troll was saying. I think it was who, but screw that dude, man. He's a nobody. He's irrelevant. He came in here different profiles. Last night he did the same thing. Like when I was gonna leave, he got nothing nice, nothing better to do. But the true people, at least they like, brother.
Abe, Wolf, hold on. Wolf, you got a lot of beef
Feedback?
from
Let's see.
and
Yeah, I don't have nothing on. Let me double check.
I'm getting a lot of feedback. And Madeline just said somebody's got feedback.
Hang on, let me see.
Hello.
I don't hear the feedback anymore.
Okay, so can you hear it now?
No, I'm not hearing it. Abe, say something.
Hello.
Nope, no
What's everybody
feedback.
doing?
Do you hear it from me?
Not anymore.
Wonder what that would be.
No idea, but it seems to be you, Wolf. Most of it's coming from you, man. Hate to break it to you.
Well, I'm gonna jump, guys, and I gotta get going anyway. But
brother, what time are you going live tomorrow, brother?
probably about 8 o'clock. I'm gonna try and get in a little bit earlier because I got some things I gotta do tomorrow.
Or where are you gonna be at?
Yeah, it'll be on my show. It'll be the Wednesday show. We always do the Wednesday, and then Thursday night I'll be on with Blondes and Booze for the first night of the Gypsy Rose investigation. And then, yeah, that's a weird thing with that woman. No, it's just it's that woman whose mother that she had that vampire cult thing, and then she had her boyfriend kill her mom.
Oh wow,
weird thing, yeah. And then Thursday will be Blondes, and then Friday will be my show, and then Saturday will be
BMR.
big. Yeah, BMR. Yeah, but for sure. And let me know sometime we can get together, because we definitely.
Yeah,
I
man.
know we're ready to go out to Cistern because
Look at my head's all crooked and stuff, man. Like, I just need some newspapers to go on the newspaper route. Be the paper boy. There you go. Yeah, man. Yeah, because we're going. What's the name of the town where they have the wrestling events there before you get to Austin? Is it something HEB Center?
Oh, Cedar Park.
Cedar Park. That's where we'll be at.
Well, dude,
my wife wants to take me
that's
to
not
a
where I
wrestling
live.
event for Cedar Park on Saturday.
Well, dude, let me know Saturday when you get out, man. We can go eat dinner because I know I'll be on the air on Saturday. I think at like 8:00. But I mean, there's a lot of places still open late. We can go eat somewhere, dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, let me know.
I'll let you know something, brother.
What time does it end?
I don't know. She wants me. She wants to invite me. I mean, pay for the ticket because I never really been to. I mean, I've been to a wrestling event back in the day when Stone Cold and the NWO, but that was a long time ago. I really never been to a AEW event. So, but that's in Cedar Park. So that's for Saturday. We're thinking about going. And since we're there in the area, maybe we can do something. I got my little night thing to do a night investigation. I'll be able to sense if there's something out there. I don't know.
Let me know.
We'll see.
Dude. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But we can play ring around the vehicles.
I'll be like,
We'll say
I'm
we're
not
doing a
by
big
myself.
investigation just running around the vehicle.
I met her all alone. Abe is hiding in the back seat.
No, mommy, no. I'm gonna have the shirt, the Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I'm all alone. You can see my shirt says Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. No, mommy, no, mommy.
Well, let me know something because when it gets out or whatever, maybe we can go do something. I mean, there are a ton of places that we could go to that have had activity. Like a lot of places, dude. I mean, if you live closer, man, it'd be great because then we could go to all these different places and I could show you. We could take some pictures and see. I'd like to go out to Apache Pass again.
Apache Pass?
Oh, yeah. Out there, the Mino Real.
My wife will be interested. I don't know. She really, I mean, she did go to Elms Grove to go do that investigation with me over there. But I'll see what happens for Saturday, I'm just, trying to get everything for the move and stuff, trying to see what we're going to do. We're talking to some realtors to see what who can give us the best deal or whatever. That's what we're going to do. And just take it, one day at a time. But she was telling about wrestling on Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah, let me know. Hit me up, text me and let me know and we can talk, about, what you guys are planning on doing. Maybe I can help. I know a lot of people.
Yeah, well, it's just I'm going to talk to the realtors. We contacted some, and we'll see what happens. I mean, the way I see it, it's like, I mean, I'm an old fella already, so I don't know. I mean, yeah, they say it's cheaper than renting because it's a mortgage, but no, as old as to my age, it's like I don't get that much time to work with, But you might never know. Maybe the Heavenly Father blessed me to live to 110. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all His will, man.
Yeah, all it is His will. So that's why I place my faith and trust in Him. And I want to thank Brother Josh Turner, Brother-in-law Morgan, Andres, and to all the paratroopers that are here. Thank you for tuning in to making this night a very good night. I think this is the most numbers I've seen in a long time, man. It's been like a drought. I said, man, what's going on? Is it my Wi-Fi? But it's like I still get up and do the works. I got to do the works, man. I need to get back to the walking. For some reason, I haven't had. Not that I'm tired. It's just I haven't thought about working out. I need to get back in the rhythm of things.
Same here.
But that's what it is. As you get older, you start losing interest in things.
Scorpion said that the wrestling event will be over at 10 or 11. He's obsessed with wrestling, so he would know, even though he's not
he's
going.
going to it?
No, but he knows when it. He knows when it's going to end.
All right, there we go.
Scorpion, are you planning on going to it? I mean, if he wants to go to it, I can. We're slow right now at work. I can have somebody cover for him. Scorpion, if you want to go. I don't care.
Yeah, they be going there all the time to the AEW. Be going there all the time to the HEB Center. I want to go but I don't want to get in trouble if Sky Blue is there. Sky Blue and her other partners. There's 3 of them. They're bad, man. Bad girls. I'll probably get in trouble and I'll be screaming. I'll be like, "Hey, Josh, you need to pick me up, man. Don't left me here at the event." Somebody said, "Gary, you should go."
How much are tickets?
Something about $30. I'm not sure. I need to find out. But I haven't. I'm still debating whether I want to go to it or not. But maybe she wants to. She asked me if I want to go to it. I said, "Hey, sounds good." I think Collision is Saturdays. I don't know if it's 2 hours or 3. I can't remember. It's one of those 2 hours or somewhere around there.
Yeah, there's a pretty good place to eat that's open later, and it's right down that. It's straight down that road right there, like where that's at. So, if you guys want to go eat dinner or something afterwards, man, let me know.
Alrighty, sounds good, man.
Yeah, because
shout out to you and to the whole family, Sister Nellie, Anthony, Tony, Sister Madeline. Shout out to every single one of you. The only thing I can say, brothers and sisters, with all the stuff that's happened around the world, we have to maintain our Heavenly Foundation. I know it's hard. Trust me, it's hard for me sometimes to maintain it, but I maintain it. I always find a way to maintain it. You have to. When you see people that are barely blooming, like my brother Lawrence that passed away 2-3 years ago. His grandson passed away down I-35. He was only 20 years old. It's just crazy. We have to keep a prayer. His car he was driving. His power went off in his vehicle, and a semi hits him in the rear, and he runs into a pillar. 20 years old.
Man.
Well, there you go. Rain of Clear Breath says tickets starts at $35. Yep. So I'm gonna tell my wife most likely book it.
Yeah, let me know, man.
Yeah.
Because I'll be getting there probably a little bit before that, and then we can go eat dinner or something.
Alrighty, brother. I'll let you know the game plan, or whether it's late dinner. Or I know you're gonna be busy, but I'll give you a holler, let you know something.
No, dude, I'll make time for you. Just let me know if you're gonna be here. We'll hook up. We'll meet.
Alrighty.
All right. I'll see you and your wife hopefully Saturday.
Alrighty, brother Wolf.
All right. I'll see you guys. All right, Chris. I'll see you.
See you, Wolf. Take care, man.
Bless you guys. Bye.
Bless you too. All right, I'm gonna log off to it.
Alrighty, brother. God bless you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm only a few more minutes till 5 hours. If you want to keep going, 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, I might share something here of I got this video that I want to work on that I really didn't get to work on it because of the activity in it, and that's what I was going to talk about. I downloaded the video, and it's the video that I shared of when I went to do the night investigation in the woods. I mean, not night investigation, daytime investigation. When I found the truck with the keys in the ignition and the wallet in the truck, that I contacted the police department over the weekend. They did an investigation, and they found a body out there of the person that owned that truck. Uh, till this day, I don't know what happened to the fella. I don't know exactly what the cause of death was or anything like that. The only thing is, when I did the video, there was a lot of activity, man. And I downloaded the video, and I really want to debunk it in a slower speed because I seen a lot of movement in there, and I want to see what is the things that are moving around me when I'm doing the video. So see what I capture.
All right. Well, I'm gonna log off. I'm gonna be in the chat though. So
Alrighty, brother.
thank you for letting me on, Abe. Thank you for your service, man. Thank you for
No problem, brother.
and thank you for all your stories that you tell, and thank you for trying to help everybody to try to maintain their faith and love with the Heavenly Father.
It's important nowadays, man. I mean, it's just it's we're being tested, man. Everybody's being tested spiritually, one way or the other. But we have to maintain that heavenly love foundation and relationship with Jesus Christ. That's the only way we're going to be able to survive. You could say the onslaught of the spiritual warfare.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, goodbye.
Good night, brother. Brother, you go, folks. Y'all know, brother. Everybody that was here tonight. We had Law Morgan, Brother Andres, Brother Wolf. Very busy man. He's always busy. Doing the works. That's what I like to do. Got to stay busy. Continue to do the works. Some people might like the works that we do, and some people might not like the works that we do. But the important part of it is, so long we're doing the works, that we're doing something to make a positive impact in people's lives, to bring awareness, so people can be alert, be awakened. That's what we do. I know Paranormal Roundtable does that. I do that here in Spiritual Cryptid Encounters late at night for whoever's up. But yes, I will debunk that video further. When I debunked it, it's just I went through it, but when I played it here like 2 weeks ago, somebody that was had the earbuds on, and I think that somebody might have had it on their TV. They was hearing all the activity that was on there. They kept on saying demons. I had a piece of selenite sword in my hand in this video that I was I wanted to do a test theory because I heard of these people that got weapons and they supposedly shoot at the Bigfoots and the Dogman, and they'd always tell me, how come you go out there with no weapons? Because there's things out there. What if you run into a Dogman? What if you run into a Bigfoot? To me, I know that the Heavenly Father is with me and He protects me. So I will say to myself, because of what I believe they are, that they're the more in spirit, that I can fight them spiritually through Jesus Christ. So I took a piece of selenite sword during an investigation, and there was a lot of activity around me. I captured a lot of things in which it led me to find this truck that belonged to a person that had been missing for about 2.5 months. I gave the information, the grids to where this truck was, and then they found, I guess, the body of the fella, in which they were able to, I guess, either cremate him or place him in holy ground. I think that was the reason I was there in the first place, because I was following the spirit. I was following my spirit of what the Heavenly Father was guiding me to do. And just like when you see me here live on Spiritual Cryptid Encounters late at night, because I'm following my spirit. I'm following what the Heavenly Father wants me to do. And what He wants me to do is to continue to do this works. Uh, I got a sign this morning or yesterday morning in that area, same area that my friend lost the, his grandson. I'm driving after dropping myself at work because he had to turn in the work truck. He's been on call all week. So I'm driving back to Temple. I'm going 70 miles an hour on the highway. I get to that area where everything happened. My speedometer said 70, and it went from 70 to 11, 1, right? So I'm thinking that my vehicle is losing velocity, the lost velocity, and I see through the rear mirror all the cars that are around me. So the first thing I said when that happened is, I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name. And I start praying and placing heavenly crosses on the vehicle. After I do that, it says 70 again. I mean, I could see it in many ways, right? I could see it maybe there was a malfunction on the vehicle, but it went from 70 to 11. But I rebuked it and went back to 70. There's something that I found out to the number 11. And you see it, if I can find it, what it says about the number 11. Well, as I was reading about the number 11. Let me see. Wait one. Before I go, I want to share this. This is what it means. I was going 70, and then it showed 11, and that was the area where people have been dying from accidents. So when that happened to me, I retired by and began Jesus Christ's name, and I started praying, in which I call upon the heavenly angels and the Holy Spirit to clear that space. The 11 that was reading on the speedometer went back to 70, but I never lost velocity. So it's kind of like I was caught up in a place where there might have been no time, but it was from 70 to 11. Like something could have happened, but when I rebuked that moment, it stayed on 70. But it's one of those things that you're going to react a certain way. If you're seeing 11, there's cars going uh, at a high rate of speed behind you. You're going to either move to the left or try to do something of the nature. I didn't. I'm going to take my faith and I rebuked it in the name of Jesus Christ, the situation. So when I got home, I looked to what the number 11, what that is. It says that there's many things to it. One of the things it says, the number 11 is an angel number. It represents enlightenment, creativity, present itself to innovate individuals. Uh, it says intuition, spiritual awakening, and a connection between the physical and spiritual worlds. It is often a master number. Uh, in numerology, represent heightened awareness, divine guidance, and a call to a higher purpose or spiritual leadership, while also signifying transition, revelation, and unity. Though some ancient texts associated with disorder or error, as it is just beyond the perfect 10. But the main thing that it carries intense spiritual energy, representing the spiritual messenger or intuitive visionary. Some people say intuition and alignment. It's a portal to a higher consciousness, urging you to trust your inner voice and seek spiritual truths. Some call it the two ones, duality and unity. Two ones side by side symbolize a balance, bridging the material and spiritual, and a call for unity and compassion. Spiritual mission. It suggests a path to inspire others and fulfill a higher life purpose, often linked to leadership and enlightenment. So that's when I seen the 11 and I made it home safely and everything. I know that the Heavenly Father is letting me know through that number, not to worry in any kind of way, shape, or form, to continue to do the works that I'm doing. Because for a moment there, brothers and sisters, I was questioning myself if I should even do the works that I'm doing anymore. But when that happened, in the middle of the road, of the highway, with so many cars around me, that's letting me know the Heavenly Father wants me to continue the works. In spite of everything that's around, He's got me. He's got me. And if there is a higher purpose or something in that nature that's going to happen, let His will be done, right? But for right now, I'm going to continue to do spiritual encrypted encounters till, I'm going to take a break, like about a week or two. I don't know. Whenever things get rolling, wherever I'm going to move. But for right now, I'm going to continue to do this works. I just wanted to share that with y'all here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Yes. So that's how I seen it, as a spiritual message. So I prayed in the area where all these accidents were happening to get rid of the unclean spirits or negative energies that were causing chaos and havoc in that area where many people have passed away. And I believe that's I don't believe everything is not coincidental. I was there for a reason. The only reason I went that ways is because my son has been on call all week driving his work truck. So he needed me to take him, follow him so he can drop off the work truck and follow him to his job. And that's what I did. And that happened. So all I know is that the Heavenly Father is amazing, and He's around us. Don't get discouraged. Maintain your faith and believe in Him, and things will happen in a positive way, brothers and sisters. In saying that, thank you to the moderators and to everybody that joined here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Good night, everybody. God bless you. And everybody have a beautiful, blessed morning. This is Brother Apesius, Sarncius, signing off from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Good night, everybody.